Greetings and welcome. We're at it again. Coming back to our Satisfactory world for another round of a whole lot of lengthy projects, I guess. I'm a bit, how should I put this? I've been a bit stressed this week, so please apologize. Please accept my apologies if I'm, a little distracted or seem a little off. It's been a bit of a week for me so far, and it's not even done yet. But show must go on, I guess. Anyway, let's see if we can catch the other derp. I think we have a few things to look at today, but we'll jump in and see what's going on.
Intermixing with isolated grids like local power. And we have actually figured out now predominantly what is causing that. We've gone through the Q&A bug report section as well to doubly confirm our findings. And basically, it is the jetpack.
Hoverpack.
So when you... the hoverpack, sorry, not the jetpack.
Yeah.
When you switch from an isolated grid to the main grid, the jetpack basically acts as a weird bridge.
Hoverpack.
And... just you. I'm wearing the jetpack right now, that's why. The hoverpack, acts as a bridge for some reason and merges... for however briefly, merges two grids.
Yeah, and sometimes they actually tend to stay merged for whatever reason.
Yeah. And the other annoyance that comes with that is, as we found, the moment you switch from your main grid to an isolated grid, any machinery on that isolated grid will pause.
Yes, and that actually also happens on the main grid. That's likely why we were seeing those weird pauses in production the first time we ran into the issue.
Yeah.
But, we're still looking into things. So we'll see what happens.
Back to some things that we're going to be doing. Just reminded myself as you were saying that re-implementation of priority power switches whilst we are not using the hover pack. I got it right that time.
Ah, yes.
So we can see if those are actually causing any issue themselves, or if it was just all the hover pack.
Yeah. And I just noticed that I forgot to do my thumbnail graphics today. Lovely.
I've gotten 2 posts, so...
Monday I forgot to switch over to the welcome view on my stream. Today I forgot to update the graphics, so... Yep.
To be fair, so you've got a brick ton going on right now, so...
Yes.
I'm just impressed that we're both here.
Yeah.
Near enough on time. Right, have you got enough fuel on you to do what you need, or do you need to pick any up before we go down?
I don't need to pick any up because we...
Oh, no, never mind. Just...
Yep.
I'm going to walk away and come back and sit down and just act like this never happened.
Yes, let's do that.
Sorry.
Let's definitely do that because Brainy no worky today.
No, it doesn't. Hello, puppy.
Lovely. Okay, we are heading down to let's see, turbo power because turbo power. We has hello Sky.
Hey up, Sky.
Lee spent an unsurmountable amount of hours yesterday bringing the last of the actual turbo fuel power generators online. and got everything hooked into the main grid, so we're now running with a lot of power. But we still have a little bit of surplus compacted coal out of the compacted coal production, and we were discussing what to do with it, because otherwise it's going to end up clogging up the system, and that just increases the wobbliness of the consumption. So we agreed that it might be an idea that we simply just run it into a couple of coal generators, and add 300 odd more megawatts to the grid doing that. So
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think you said, was it 4?
2 seconds, I'll tell you precisely.
Actually, I should probably.
I don't have the time, so I'll be running, which I should really.
Let me boot mine up and see if I can find the Numberes.
And you know you've got too many shortcuts on the desktop. You shouldn't have 5 looking for.
Yes. So according to my setup, we should have a surplus of about 76 a minute.
Hold on, I'm having all tab issues.
Which comes to 4 water extractors and 4.29 coal generators overclocked at 250%.
Yeah, I get 403 water generators.
Yes, same here.
And the output on the generators would be 805 megawatt.
Ah, nice. That's almost another gig.
Almost another gig.
Not bad at all.
Oh, the 3 geotherms. Obviously, we know they fluctuate.
Yes.
But we should be getting around a gig off of them.
Yeah, at peak.
No. At low.
Oh.
3.
Oh, yeah, sorry. 3, yes.
That's like the third one, which I've got to show you where I applied that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the 2 because I think they top out at 1150. Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Something within that region.
Yeah, plus minus ballpark. This is looking freaking sweet.
I also emptied the station yesterday.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Got all the goods up with me.
Yeah.
Moment of truth, is the grid still running as it should be?
Oh, I had a look before we left and it looked like it was relatively stable.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is looking freaking awesome.
93k plus the instability flux from the 2 geothermals back at home.
Nice.
93k.
This is freaking awesome.
Alright, if I can then...
oh, did you have to go and rewire anything to get it hooked in? Or was it just flipping the switches?
What, to hook it into the grid?
Yep.
Pulled the switches, then did the middle.
Okay. So I did
so as you had intended it to work.
I did do it right. Yay!
the only thing that I did notice, right? So this here.
Yes.
This is the where it joins the geogrid, and then basically it comes in. Yeah.
Okie dokie.
And that if you pop one of the floor panels, and have a look down, it's directly below.
Impressive that the wire wanted to go all the way up here. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I might as well try it, see if it will reach, and yeah, sure enough, it did.
Sweet.
So happy days. And then I used our little trick.
Happy days indeed.
And then I remember what you said about signs, so I no way you can't see that.
I can't see one from here.
Hang on, stay there a minute.
Ow. I guess I deserve that one.
Yeah, and if you go all the way back to if you go through to the power plant, not the power plant, the coal coke plant.
Yeah, all of
this.
this.
Have a look at the caches here.
Yeah, they are all completely
I
filled.
made sure they were full.
As they should be.
These ones I made sure were full before I engaged the last two modules.
Oh, you didn't have to.
Wow.
You didn't have to because when you fired up the first one, it produced twice the amount than compared to what the first one can consume. So while you were bringing the first of the two modules online, it would have filled up the cache.
Fair enough. Well,
on its own. So
I read the instructions properly.
Yes, you did. All good.
I waited the 10 minutes and then made sure all the caches were full before I engaged.
All good. All good. Yeah, I kind of learned a few things while, running all of this and setting it up, and we were booting things up. But as you can see, well, interestingly enough, this one over here is not ejecting anything. Why isn't it ejecting anything? It should be overflowing. See if you come over here in the middle.
Yeah.
Every now and again, this side is gonna eject a few.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah. The other side is supposed.
That's meant to do that as well.
Yes. Essentially, we are. Let's see. We're outputting 900 a minute from group 2 and 3. So each of them are outputting 900 a minute. And
I thought it was 600 per miner.
600 coming in, but we're slooping them, so we're getting 900 out.
I mean, yeah, of course. I'm thinking of the raw, not the compacted coal.
Yes.
I'm with you. Sorry.
And with 900 a minute coming out, we are spending, let's see, 426.
0.67 per 240 module.
Yes, so 426.67 times 2 is 853.34. 853.34 minus 900 should yield 46.66 overflow a minute. And it's definitely not overflowing that on either of them.
No, I've been watching this whole time since you've been telling me this. Not one piece has come out, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah. I need to actually go check up on those two arcs. See if they are actually able to get rid of all of the material they are producing. I probably need to switch over to my hub pack while doing this.
I was going to say, now that everything here is on grid, we should have no issue running the hover pack.
No, we shouldn't.
It's only when we switch between isolated grids, right?
Yes. Is moving. Oh, okay, so things are actually backing up back here. That is not good. one is completely blocked.
This one here is backed up.
Yeah. These are backed up.
Could it be something as stupid as we forgot to make a connection to that overflow?
Well, technically speaking, it shouldn't be. But I think the issue might actually be the whole build speed problem. Oh, actually no. Build speed. Let's see. 900.
No,
We're
smart splitters again.
What?
Smart splitters are not set to anything.
Fucking annoying. Why have they been reset?
Again, this one here, not that it's actually splitting into anything.
No, that one down there I never configured in the first place because I didn't know exactly where we would end up doing the coal plants. But these over here are both set, yet they are still not overflowing much. So something is definitely still going on. Wondering if...
Now this is majorly outputting this overflow line.
Yeah, this one over here should definitely be doing it. And yes, it should eventually back up here because we're dumping too much into the primary module here. But that was expected. The other part of this was not expected. Might still have some kind of this one isn't moving as much as it should. Actually, there might just be... Yeah. I was a bit worried that I might have derped up the belt speeds on these, trying to, you know, speed optimize things.
Yeah.
But it actually looks like they are running pretty much as they should be.
Lower floor looks good.
So yeah, we will leave it at that. And then we'll see if we can't get an overflow line put on here. For now, I'm just gonna sink it until we figure out where to put it. Should be able to put up sink in here.
He's in, therefore he is.
So yeah, we will plonk a sink right there. Nope. Dar. Thank you. Should keep it inside. Then.
Oh, are you okay with how I've got that geotherm, that third geotherm hooked in?
Yeah, that's fine.
In that case, I will go and pull the switch and add those to grid.
Yes. Excellent idea. Let's see.
And I'll go back down and I'll paint that geotherm accordingly as well.
Nice.
Glad we got all this way.
Let's see, I kind of want to get this past here.
That's what you call a long week. But a good long week.
A very long week, yes.
Satisfying when it gets there. Okay, we have currently 1, 2, 1, 1.
Or not.
Okay, it just dips under. Okay, it goes down to 800, 700, 699, and then back up. So at low peak, it's about, call it 650 megawatts, and at high peak, it's over a gig.
Yeah.
So there you go. We now have 94K in grid.
That should last us all of 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'll be a little kinder on this. That should last us all of 10 minutes.
2.5 minutes. What was I going to say? No, that's going to last us until we get to Foundry and reorganize.
Yes, and that is a whole new hornet's nest, basically.
Oh yeah, I forget you've got that.
Huh?
You've got the radar up here.
Yes. And I actually want to put up a radar up.
That's not actually a bad little radius on that radar.
No, it's about a kilometer.
Yeah. Oh, 1 sloop, 2 Mercer spheres, 3 hard drives, and 30 slugs within the area.
That's actually pretty interesting. Those overflows are kind of popping up in bursts. Interesting. Huh. Oh well, as long as they are still, you know, running up, it's fine. Crazy watching all this stuff move.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course they will be coming up in bursts because the assemblers are running in bursts. Oh, actually I kind of wanted to go check up on the intake caches up here. Just want to make sure that I haven't completely screwed this up.
What was the other thing that you wanted to do in this area before we left? Take a note of what resource nodes we had.
Yeah, that might be an idea. I honestly can't remember. Okay.
We've got a fair bit, actually. Predominantly iron.
Yeah, but now that we've got the radar, we have a pretty
showing
good...
all the rest of it that we hadn't found. Like, we've got 2 impure sand nodes here, 3 quartz nodes that are 1 of each. Just out there, just outside the crater, and there's another 2 geysers as well.
Yeah.
Which should actually, those dodgy geysers are under the row line.
Which ones?
All right, so stop. Scroll out by 1. Far right-hand corner. Keep going. Sorry, left-hand corner. Left hand. Those 2. Yeah, right there.
Oh, those 2.
Yeah, and if you look at the copper node that's to the right, so down and to the right, that's the copper node that our route system runs to the right of.
Yeah.
So if you follow the trajectory line up, they should be right under part of the railway.
Yeah, possibly. Rail line. No, they are a bit. They are a bit north of the rail line, I think. Just ever so slightly, because we're only just touching that river there, I think.
Are we?
Yes. Rail comes in between that copper node and the sulfur ones.
I want to go look now.
So, all right, let's.
Oh no! Before we move on, we've got. Before I get distracted, new shiny object syndrome.
Yes.
We need space for 5 whole generators.
Yes, we do. Question then is, where do we put them?
Right. Preceding question to that, because I have potential space right now, but it all depends on a pending question. The footprints that we've got for each module.
Yes.
Obviously on the 60 and the 2 120s, there's a nice bit amount of space.
Yes.
Do we want to reserve that space in case we decide to knock these 3 up to 240 modules at some point?
I think that would be the better choice.
Right. We need somewhere brand new for these. That's quite. How about on the northern side of the domes that you've got? Kind of like out here, maybe. Or is it too far away from the water?
Yeah, I was about to say that's going to be a frickin' long way to run the water, but I was actually thinking about shortcutting things a little bit for ourselves.
Building them below?
And building them down by the water, and then running a conveyor lift. We've got right where the bridge is between the arcs and the turbo plant, there's a crash site basically right underneath it.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking if we maybe put coal plants essentially right on that beach, then we can, I mean, it's easier bringing the solids down than it is bringing the water up.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there.
That would then...
Yeah, there's nothing really here that we want to tap into or anything.
No, not really.
So yeah, this would be a perfect place.
I have a mouse eating my coffee pad. I
need the caffeine.
I'll let you guess who.
My wife.
Who else?
Yeah.
Let's see, link.
We can use some foundations there. Also, reminder about the hover pack. If you run out of power.
Yes, I just tested it.
I was going to say, yeah, remember, just press and hold your jump key.
Yes, I just tested it.
Okay, cool.
I was thinking if we put the plants essentially on the water here, then we don't really need a pump to get the water to the plants. And then, I mean, we can just run a tower from a conveyor lift tower from underneath the arcs all the way down here. Job done. That should make that a little bit easier for us. Problem then is we don't have a way to currently hook them in. So we, technically speaking, need another wire for that.
You want to orientate this way or the other way? Thinking of the conveyor coming down.
Prioritize water.
Prioritize water.
Yes.
Which is kind of what I had in my head anyway.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. I need the power.
It is much easier prioritizing the water and then running the belts from above, basically. Job done. Right, I have a little annoying mouse glitch that I need to do something about. She's trying to tell me that I need to pay attention to something, so I need to go figure out what that is, which means I will be back very shortly, hopefully. Unless she decides to be really annoying, in which case it might take a couple of minutes. Be right back.
Yep. Oh, 55. Oh, you are overclocked, so it's actually not that. I'll just keep them on me. Dump. Dump. I still only need to be 55 megawatts, so I don't actually need to overclock that. Right, yeah. And then. No, and then.
Well, she wanted to communicate goodnight snack, and when I offered it to her, she went, "Nah, I don't want any anyway." She's a little bit clingy because of all the stuff going on.
Yeah, I bet.
They're having just as hard a time as I am with this entire endeavor. Right, I actually need to figure out a way to get... let's see... Yeah, we're gonna need 4 of those, right?
5.
5.
No, 4. You are right, sorry.
4.03.
No. Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
4.03.
Yeah. So it might actually be easier to go platform out from the middle. Like this. And then plonk them on the side. Hang on, let me get some power out here.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was going to do that, just a different way. The water extractor. But carry on.
I'm just thinking if we do something akin to these. Two. And here, and we can put the 5th on the end here. Just like that. That makes it a little bit easier. And you're gonna complain. So complain, I don't care. Our pole goes there anyway. And 1 dar.
Right, this power plant here is the underclocked one where I'm hovering above.
Okay.
So we kind of need a run.
see, that's gonna be this one. Get that across there. And then... yeah, we'll go this way. Ploop and ploop. Then we can ploop this on the other side. 2.1 right on the corner. And job da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. Nice. Okay. Yeah, apologies floor, but I'm gonna have to cut into you right about here. And as luck would have it, we have exactly nothing right here, so cool beans. See, I'm gonna need it. Bar. That's not a plug. That still isn't a plug.
It's not a plug, it's a plug. Now I can do one of two things here. I've got...
you gotta move those pipes out a little bit.
Which pipes?
The ones connected to the power plant.
Sorry, because you need the conveyor belt in, don't you?
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, if you don't mind placing one quickly.
Already done, sir. Right, so this of course is gonna be that
Oh, I wanna point something out. Something Sheridan said to me yesterday, which I find quite amusing, but it's very true. So he said, I hope you don't mind me repeating.
I've got no clue what you're about to say, so go for it.
You said yesterday, since swapping to the European time zone, we both have noticed that we're interacting with each other a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
And like genuinely just enjoying our time, you know, playing the game a lot better, I think, as well.
Yes.
And it's just like the banter that we've had going on since this started today. I've really noticed. So yeah, 100% that's happening.
Oh yeah.
Which is quite cool.
Ooh, RTX 4070 Super, nice, very nice.
Damn.
That's gonna be quite the upgrade.
Yeah, make me jealous. Then I've got the 4060 Ti, so yeah, you know. How do I want to do this?
Let's see. Yeah, that should work a little better. Okay. Okie dokie.
120, 240.
Now, if I cut this wire, he's gonna plummet to the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, splat. No, I'm not. You'd like to think of it again. 120. Do you mind if I clock this a little differently?
Clock it any way you see fit.
Basically, what I want to do is I want to use 3 of these to get 300 exactly.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 to produce the other, whatever it is that we need. Just so I can run the pipe a bit more efficiently.
Yeah. Let's see. We are going to need 483 exactly per minute.
Yep.
At least according to the numbers.
That pipe. And then 120.
And then... No, and then...
33 plus 40 is... 70.
73? Right. So, where exactly do I put the switch for the coal plants? I think we will worry about that in a bit. Now, I think I am going to...
Why is it whenever you're halfway through a fairly decent build, nighttime hits?
Because reasonable reasons. Or something. Managed power. All power.
I don't mind how's exactly
There.
that is, but whatever.
Yeah, I noticed that too. NV drives are super cheap at the moment.
Ooh, are they?
Yeah, 1 terabyte, 90 euros.
Wow. That's not bad at all.
Nope. Okay, so that would be the control wire for it. I'm gonna go up to the arcs above and get started on the coal supply.
Yep. I'm assuming we're going to put this on a switch of its own as well.
Yes.
Like the rest of it.
Yes, I just need to figure out where I'm going to put it.
Figured as much.
Which is a bit of a problem, actually.
I suggest in that case that we use the priority switch as the test.
Yeah, I guess we could, while we're at it, flip over the grid switch. I mean, now would be the time to do it. Okay, so let's see. We're going to...
Do you need any more space so I can reroute the pipes?
No, I'm just gonna put them one wall up. I think that's the easiest. Just need to figure out exactly where the... let's see, the underclocked is this one. That's a little bit... yoink. You go that way. Just for building purposes, so we can tell exactly where these things are gonna go. I'm not particularly fond of manifold feeding these, though we actually may have to do that. Would it be a massive inconvenience if we do the underclocked one in the opposite end?
Nope. Yeah, totally. It's going to ruin my plan. What was the ratio on it? Sorry, 55 megawatts.
Technically speaking, I should be able to put it here, but we want to squish it. We're gonna squish it. See if we can't.
Done and reconfigured. I mean, technically, if you want, the underclock one could go in the middle. If that would help.
I would rather have the underclocked one at the very end of this because I have to manifold feed it.
Okay, fine.
I don't have the space to equal distribute feed it.
I can make the space if you want space.
Yeah, but then we have to move the water extractors out.
Move the water extractors back a bit, yeah?
Yeah.
Doesn't it bother me?
Okay.
Move them back?
Yeah, let's do that. I because then I can put equal distribution split on this instead. And then the middle one becomes the underclocked one. It makes it a little easier because then we can just overflow the middle one. Problem solved. Okay, so...
Ignore this dead end pipe for a minute, just so I know where the feed is going in.
Yep.
Do you need any more room?
No. This should be fine.
What, 1, 2, 3, almost 4 foundations. I can give you exactly 4 foundations if you want.
I just need one.
Oh, okay.
I only need one.
Rufus, come say hello.
Hey, Rufus.
Your name being called? Huh? Hello.
And then he goes, huh? What's going on? Who?
Oh, what was that noise? No. Good boy. What?
Good dar. Thank you.
He's jumped up. His front paws are in my arms, which are resting on the desk, and he's now watching stream.
Haha. We're gonna do like a dot. So then we can do this instead.
You being a clingy boy? Yes, kisses. I know. Lots of kisses. There's no food up here though.
But I want that food, Gibbs.
No, I know what's going on. I know why he's been a clingy boy.
That left.
Dad's just gone to the fishing pub.
Ah, yes.
Or he's literally just going.
Right, so let's see, 76, we're gonna have to run...
74, 75.
Derp. Excuse me, can I buy a new brain, please? This one doesn't seem to be working.
No, they took one look at us in the Brenarium and just every single brain in there went, shit.
Yeah, no. Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
Screw that.
Screw that. Freaking hilarious. That one actually needed to be one of them.
Hey, guess what, folks? You didn't catch me this time.
Hey, sneaky dragon.
We're really focused on finishing off our build. Hey, dragon, how are you?
Yeah, we're expecting that one, were you?
We got sniped by the dragon. Nicely done, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Very nicely done.
Oh, God.
Right.
Yeah, I was just curious to see if you guys came on early. Sure enough, you did.
Oh, yes.
We were thinking about you this afternoon as well, so we decided to come and sit in the derps channel.
Yes.
So you could come back.
Because that was the first thing I looked to see. I saw you here and I said, are they in channel? And sure enough, you were. I said, all right, now I can sneak in on them.
Yep.
Oh, man.
You found a squeaky toy booth. Oh, God, here we go.
And Sky goes, in response to my, can I buy a new brain, please? He goes, yes, you can, but it comes with the brain fart malfunction, but it's damn cheap.
That's about right.
Yep. I'll buy that for $1.
What's the brain fart function you say? Every time you want to use it, the brain just goes no.
Brain goes, exit stage left.
Left, yeah. Exit stage left. Left the building, folks.
Every time you use the brain, it does that meme, and it's like, what are you talking about, Willis?
Oh, that's freaking epic. That is freaking epic. Right, that one actually needs to be
Actually, no, Sheridan, you know what that brain comes with then?
I don't dare speculate.
It comes with one of two potential scenarios, and that is syntax errors or that does not compute.
There's actually a third. There's actually a third option. Unexpected Watford.
Yeah. Yeah, that goes right back to yeah.
Yeah, great normal. Dragon bright laughter.
Let's see. I need to punch a hole in something up there and get that lined up with this, because this down here is actually not grid aligned.
Wait, why did my brain just think for 5 seconds you were just about to say, I need to punch your face?
Because you had a rewiring in the brain.
Genuinely, for 5 seconds now, I thought you were going to say, I need to punch your face.
Weird.
I would have expected to hear that. But
we have a little bit of a placement issue of some kind. Yes, of course we do.
Highway down there. In blue.
You brought the platform over from one of the other water extractor platforms.
Yeah.
Yes, they are off by half a foundation.
Ouch.
Because we...
you want me to raise them?
Nope.
No, okay.
It's not a matter of getting them raised, it's a matter of essentially shifting all of it half a foundation north or south. But it doesn't matter all that much. I'll make up for it in the tower over here. So we should be fine. It'll be fine, he says.
Bleeding through. Oh, right, yeah, I see.
So,
3 days counting, folks.
Question then is, can we actually punch through here? Yes, we can. Yes. Dragon, I honestly don't know exactly when I will be able to, show up Sunday, because that's usually our family day.
We show up late, we show up late.
But the server is
Family day, man.
The server is running 24/7 anyway, so you can jump on anytime you want.
You guys have to be live in order for it to work for me.
Nope.
No, we don't.
No. It's a dedicated server.
No, you don't understand. If you want it to be video live, you don't have to, because my channel I cannot use right now. Because I can work in there. I just can't do that and video at the same time.
Gotcha.
For the public.
Gotcha.
So I want to be there when you guys are there.
Gotcha.
Even if we miss the first day, we can still open the calendar. So it's not just,
That we definitely can, yes.
So
I might be able to be there Sunday. Potentially, depends when I travel back.
Sunday, because I think I've already told you, my brother's up in the States visiting me too, so I have to work around this too.
Oh. Lots of circumventing.
So until he goes back home, I'm basically got company.
Yeah. Let's see. I need to get.
What's even worse is because of the other game I like to play, I can't play the amount of hours I like to play too, because the game.
Yes.
And right now I've been doing my laundry and stuff like that. To make space here for him. So, but yeah,
He's all good. He's all good.
The weekend's going to be interesting. Let's just put it that way. We're going into December.
Oh, yes.
That beautiful month of December, yes, where chaos gets every Friday.
You're right.
Let's see.
Well, think about it. There's one this Friday, and there's 2 more. I think there's 2 more before. Let's see here. 25th is there, so we got. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 Fridays before the big day.
Yes.
And you know every one of those is going to be a Black Friday. And man, especially the one on the 20th, I will not be anywhere near a store on that day, regardless of where it is. Although Boxing Day is on a funny day.
No.
Do they consider Boxing Day the 26th or the 27th?
No idea.
Here in the UK, it's directly the day after.
Yeah, that's what I've always thought it is. But sometimes they consider the Boxing Day the 27th. Even if it isn't, Boxing Day lands on a Thursday. Guess what's next?
Great.
Another Freaky Friday.
Let's see.
That's where they resell all the stuff that people didn't want. That's
Yeah.
why I call it Freaky Friday.
Right, so we're doing what, 76 overflow?
What's up?
If our math, well, not our math, but if the schematic math is correct, yes.
Yeah.
70.
Yeah, I mean it's not a couple of hundred.
You know, there's something I did see here while you guys were building that had
76, 67.
you colored the pipes, but do you ever color the actual conveyor belts?
I have done elsewhere.
But not in this build.
At Mega. I started to cover.
Yeah, but you haven't done it in this build, right?
I haven't done.
I noticed all the tracks in this build. Well, you know, when it comes to that.
We have online and stable because it's a Mark II pipe. The Mark II pipe is
Yeah, the piping's cleaner. That's nice. I like that.
I had to get a bit creative. Some of the
It
piping.
gives a much better visual effect to that.
Here,
Yeah, that's
rid of
cool. I
this.
like that.
And dart.
'Cause you know, I'm going to make my system with. Well, actually, they come with colors. You can get 4 different wrapping colors on the belt.
Oh, right, yeah. I completely forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I mean, damn. Yeah, but the funny thing is, the different colors or the different wrappings are for the different speeds of the conveyor belt. If you change the speed, you have to change it will take out the wrap, and you have to change up to the other wrap.
Oh, right.
So that's why I always like to color code my my belts, so that I know which speeds that they're going. Instead of having to always go up to them and go, oh, okay, this will. You can just look at the color and you know which one it is. Because otherwise, like right now, I'm watching both of these guys around. I go, I ain't screwed. What speed is that going at? I know it's got coal on it or something, but it doesn't tell me what speed it's going at.
No, but you
well,
can tell by the visual.
You can tell by the visuals,
I know. But from a distance, you couldn't. It just looks like a straight line moving.
Yeah, true. Okay, that
I'm all
should
about
be
visuals, man. It's all about the visuals.
part of the belting.
Sorry, I haven't run the you just beat me to it.
And this one actually needs to be right there.
Oh yeah, both you guys got the thumbs up. Make sure that.
Hey, you're a star.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it lots and
Got a
lots.
second one, and it was a game.
And yoink.
Oh heck, there's 3 on Sheridan now. Somebody else is in there. Keep it simple. What's up, bro? You hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I know all about 420. Trust me. I live by it.
Keep it simple is probably one of my longest standing friendships. We've known each other for God knows how many years now. Real life.
He sounds like a hippie to me. I'm not exactly sure if he's from that era or not, but the way he was talking to you yesterday, yeah. Let's just put it this way: I was born in the '60s.
This one and this.
The late '60s and the '70s were great.
There.
Early '80s, gotta love those too.
And that should be the wiring back up.
You had to go out and do things, you know?
Yes.
I had to make your own fun.
That was back when life was actually life.
Yeah, D&D came out then too.
You know? That's the...
Actually was out in the 70s and that, but it was under the government's secret whatever. And then for some reason they eventually thought, well, if we were to make this public, we could use all these extras as backups. Yeah, they probably had it back that far, but they just didn't have the technology to actually produce it. No.
Yeah, technically World War II era, that's actually true. But yeah, public internet. Yeah, we started way back in the IRC days. Definitely. That's a day or two ago. There. Okay, so let's see. We should be getting coal down there now, ever so slowly. This looks promising. There we go. Okay. So only thing left to do is literally run a wire up and setting up a switch for it. Question then is, where do we plonk that particular switch? I guess we should, technically speaking, plonk it up by the grid hook in.
Could do. We could have it by the GSL.
Yeah. Yeah, that might actually be a little easier.
94? Wow.
Yeah, we've known each other a very long time.
Well, my brother here, from another mother that is, we've known each other for about 50 years.
Yeah, that's a long time too.
Well, Eddie and I have known each other for like, I've known Eddie since I was 8, and Larry I've known since I was, what, 18? Because we both worked at the fair. Sort of adopted each other, you know. Good friends.
Right. I need to figure out where I'm gonna hook this in because, well, actually, why don't I just hook it into the geothermal here? So that would be on the A input. Yeah, we'll do that. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where I'm gonna put this wire thing. See, we need to get it from down here, so we'll do
IRC server. What is that?
Internet Relay Chat. That was
okay. Yeah, it was the last. It was the C that caught me off guard.
Way back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I still got equipment that my Commodore, like back when my Commodore came out, we were able to do internet transitions back then. But before that, even with the type computer, we had ways of doing it. But most of the time, you were using ham wave radios back in the old times. You know?
Oh yeah.
I remember those were fun to use.
There.
Around, depending on our school had one, so I was able to use the ham radio with the teacher. Got to talk to the people up in the Antarctic and halfway around the world.
Yeah.
That was fun. Bouncing off the clouds and off the atmosphere and off the plates and stuff like that, whatever, you know, just to get the signal on the other side. That was, talking to Australia was weird.
Yeah, I bet.
Because it took forever to get to you, but it did get to you.
So this is then coal power. Plus. Yes. Double plugs through the floors would be nice, but this little trick actually works out very nicely. I don't know if I went too quick with it, or if you know it already.
Don't they have the double plug that goes through a floor where you get where?
No, sir.
Actually, you put one on the top, it goes through the bottom.
Nope.
I thought this one had it.
Nope. No such thing.
It has to go through the walls, doesn't it?
Yes. We have
All you do was turn it vertical instead of horizontal.
We have the one going through the walls, but we don't have one that goes through the floors. We have to construct those. That, you know, it is what it is.
Wait a minute, you can't flip the other ones, right?
Nope.
Weird. I'm surprised well, if they're watching the show, there's one for you to make.
Yeah, it would be kind of nice if
that
they
would be super handy, especially with these guys. Everything seems to be going vertical.
Let's see, we're gonna put El Plucky Spanianas. I don't know, here, and run this line. Yoink, yoink. And let's see if we can make it all the way down there. We probably can't. Nope. So here is going to be it, which is right there. So if I click on that wire, I'm gonna crash Lee. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not that evil.
Yeah, I'll go push back.
Right?
There. So here maybe. Boink.
You guys are on Friday too, also, right?
Possibly. Not entirely sure yet.
So what do you do? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays?
We usually do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yes.
Because this is the way things are going this month.
There's a little bit of real life stuff impacting my life at the moment. We are getting we're getting all of the water mains replaced in all of our apartments. So we've got plumbing guys running here, left, right, and center, replacing pipes and whatnot.
Get ready before the winter hits.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want busting pipes, man. That'd be a bad thing.
So there's quite a bit of stuff going on at the moment, my place, and that has kind of pulled me out of my natural habitat, so to speak.
Yeah, I hear you. Me too.
Let's see.
Yes, dragons and sharks, man. They don't get out of their habitats too long.
How come these are taking items in? They shouldn't be. Oh, because they are connected. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they're powered.
Ignore me. I'm a derp.
Oh, this is the derp zone, folks.
Right. So technically speaking, we should be able to go up and throw the switch now.
Question: I saw a piece of junk down there. Had it been checked yet?
Yes.
Okay, stop making sure.
I am going to go flip a switch and see what happens.
I need you down here for a minute before you flip the switch.
Oh.
Important.
Sorry.
Any reverses?
Actually, no. These are now saying no power.
Yeah.
No power, but they're taking items in.
Yes, that's because they
took items in until there was power.
They can't produce any power until they get water and coal. But as soon as you hook them up to wires, they kind of unlock and start accepting items, and all of them are wired up.
No worries. I thought basically these were getting power from somewhere, and yet the water extractors weren't. They're all running off the same freaking. Never mind.
Yeah. The derpy mechanics of the game. Okay, so let's go flip a switch and see what happens.
She's gonna blow.
Coal power plus.
Soon, folks. Only take a minute.
So they should now be getting The water extractor should be getting power now.
Ready? Switch has been done.
But no, not a thing, but a boom. It's still alive. Hell yeah.
Do.
Water is on its way.
Sweet,
Alright.
sweet.
Watch for the water pumping, folks.
Just keep in mind, it's not gonna be,
What was that?
You know.
I just saw something do something over back there. Like almost like something was falling apart.
there we go. Yeah, some of them are already starting up. Nice.
Yeah, we got at least one. We got the first one. Second one just went live. That third one went went yellow. Oh, so they're just beating themselves now. Oh, wait.
I see a beach ball. Go away.
Oh, that thing.
Come back here, Peanut.
Oh, I'm in the face.
There we
Wait a
go.
minute. Now, when you mentioned the word peanut, why did you squirrel at the time?
Which one is underclocked?
One on my end, where I'm at.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Sweet. Yes, I know that I can pick the foundations and such, but we generally don't do that. Primarily because the game has a very bad habit of checkerboard turning everything in the game.
Yeah, you don't wanna do
Which,
that.
when we're designing things, flips the foundations in odd directions, making it more difficult to replicate setups because we can't follow the same patterns.
Yeah, and
So
everything in this, all the patterns are directional.
yes, and so
That's
from
very, very important.
for me, I usually always use the fix-it foundations because then I can place them in a specific direction, making it easier for me to follow an existing pattern and replicate something that I'm building continuously. So that's the reason why I do things that way. We tend to try and turn the foundations so they are facing north-south. That way, regardless where we are, when we're building something pattern-wise, and we're paying attention to what we're building instead of the compass, looking at the floor tells us which direction is north-south. So it's it's one of them. Get into a habit of doing things a certain way, and it ends up helping much more than you might think at first glance. But yeah, that's the reason.
Believe it or not, it's actual time saver.
Yes, very much so.
Oh hell yeah!
And for whatever reason, the game today thinks that whenever I hit my jump button and I'm hovering, I want to go spaceborne. It just keeps pushing me upwards. Some days it's half and half, doesn't work, and other days it just wants to go to space all the time. It's freaking annoying. Heck yeah. Yes, the derps way.
Definitely derps way.
Holy smokes, man. We are running actually pretty good here. That's what, 800 and something megawatts added to the grid.
Nice.
Yeah, just putting up
Those are coal burning?
yes.
Okay. Yeah.
We are spending all of our excess compacted coal running these, and four of them we've overclocked to 250%. That does mean that each of them eats a lot more coal per minute, but
I got some unwrapping power source.
then we also get much more power out of a single unit, and overall that comes to a space reduction. So we need less space to effectively build the same amount of power. We've done the same thing with all of the fuel generators up here.
Yeah.
Here we have 6 modules running. The first module here is hooked into an impure oil node, so that's 60 a minute, not overclocked. The following 2 modules are normal nodes, so that's 120 a minute of crude oil coming out. And then the final 3, 4 are pure nodes, so 240 a minute and completely stacked up. And all of the fuel generators here are overclocked 250.
And by the way, folks,
So,
what you're seeing right now is not finished.
This is technically speaking finished now. We
all that space.
All of it is up and running. We have left the space here in case we down the line want to upgrade the 60 and the 2 120 modules because we can overclock them, which means we have the space to add additional refineries and blenders and fuel generators in case we decide to overclock it.
There is something else that we could do as well, but it would require us using a lot of sloops. So I was thinking about this last night whilst I was stabilizing all of this, and this also includes for the 240. We could, if we wanted to expand the space on the 240, double it up basically, switch each of the 240s to a 480.
Yes.
Simply by slooping.
Yeah, now you got the other one already running at that rate. Yeah.
Exactly.
What you do eventually was to set it up so you had these super raw power, man. It basically.
So these 2 arcs, each of these 2 large arcs contains 24 assemblers producing the compacted coal that we primarily use for converting regular fuel into turbo fuel, or rather the blenders are producing diluted fuel. That's the recipe we're using. Fuel is then sent to a bunch of refineries combined with compacted coal from these arcs, and churns out a whole bunch of turbo fuel. So this power plant here nets us a surplus of about 67 gigawatts. And that's with all of the power consumption needed to run this entire place subtracted from the total. So that is the actual surplus of energy that we're pumping into our power grid at the moment.
And by the way, for those gigawatt folks out there, that's enough gigawatts to send you beyond the future.
Hopefully it'll last us about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we got Marty and them though. They used 1 point something of gigawatts, and you got that plus. And I'm going, yeah, well, the future just got passed by that.
Oh yeah.
Beyond the future, folks.
Over there in the horizon, we have an impure and a pure sulfur node being tapped and then dumped onto a train that then runs the sulfur over here. And the other sulfur train, along with the coal train, then runs up the hill here, all the way up and over the top and down on the other side. And we're fetching another pure node of sulfur back there, along with 2 pure nodes and an impure node of coal, all of it being transported here. So in total, this train station accepts, 1,260 sulfur a minute and 1,260 coal a minute, just to produce the compacted coal that we need. All of the assemblers here are slooped. Each of them has a single sloop, so we're getting 37.5 per minute out instead of just 25, which then nets us 1,890 compacted coal per minute, which is then divided between all of these 6 power modules. And the surplus of compacted coal that we have after having fed all of this we then direct to those 5 coal power plants for an additional 800 and something megawatts. That is all currently tied into our global power grid. So we are currently rocking a production of about 95 gigawatts, of which we're spending currently about just shy of 23.
In other words, folks, we can go beyond the future.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, we've got a little bit.
And mathematically wise, when you throw screwed up, don't feel that. That just really put my, like, I understand what he's doing, but I mean, I know all the equipment that's in here, but boy, you gotta have a big brain to figure that one out.
We don't tend to do things small around here. We do them small.
We don't do them small, we do them small.
That
Yes.
only happened when we first had the game, and that was just to figure out what the things did, and then we covered the planet.
Yes, pretty much. And then additionally, we've got this entire facility here is literally just the control room for this power plant. So up here we have the very first module. We have even designed in a feature such that we can actually start up this entire power plant from cold, meaning none of the oil is there, none of the water is there, coal and such. All of it was clean when we started this up. And because of the way that we've set up the switches here, we start by engaging the first set of miners, wait around for about 10 minutes. That starts filling up the compacted coal cache. And then we can engage the first module, which is literally just everything visible from here, straight ahead towards west. So all of these refineries and blenders and out there at the horizon, a couple of generators, that's all controlled by this one switch. And once that's up and running, we can then move down the line to the next and engage that. And all of these switches are set up in series, so we are unable to kick in a module further down the line unless all the previous ones are kicked in. So that forces us to turn everything on in the order it was designed to be turned on. And then on the back side here, in the middle of the building, this is where we can then eventually combine all 6 power modules into one localized grid, and then through the switch in the middle, hook it into our main grid. All of the other power plants that we have are set up in a similar way, such that we can engage or disconnect a power plant more or less at will. So if we wanted to right now, we could head over to one of our other power plants and just disconnect it from the grid, and let the other ones take over. So if we need to do some sort of maintenance or rebuild or whatever, we do have the option to go and disconnect stuff if we need to. Yes, sir.
Currently, with the coal generators, this place is producing a net of 76,360 megawatts.
Nice.
Powering itself, it will give us at least 66,285 megawatts as free energy back to the grid.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think it's calculating the power correctly.
Possibly not. Yeah, like we said, the only things that we can't, with our schematic, that we can't take into account is the pumps that we have running.
Yes.
So it's drawing a little bit from the pumps, but
yeah, it is
roughly going to be around about 66k that we're putting in, plus the say 67 with the geotherms.
Yeah, it should be about 67.
Yeah, the only other thing I wasn't taking into account there is the 3 geotherms that we got running.
Yeah.
Hey, the company simple saying that to use supercomputers uses 12,000 houses worth of power.
Yeah.
Damn.
Right.
That's one big electricity bill there.
I've taken the hub down so we can bring it back.
Exciting.
And I guess this place is running.
Does anybody remember where ground zero was?
What, sorry?
I would say about that.
Do we have anything else we need to remember to do here?
So I'm just there was something like about 5 minutes ago that I had thought of, and it's completely gone out of my head now.
Yeah,
the coal.
We've done the coal. The only thing left to do, technically speaking, is the priority switch.
The priority.
Water's all running properly too.
All of it.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah, I mean,
the modules wouldn't be stable if the water wasn't running correctly, because the second stage process is where the water comes in on the blenders.
Yeah, I mean, you can. If I don't know how visible it is on stream, but at the very top of the graph window there is a gray line, and that gray line
that's how much
is
power they got.
the light gray line at the very top is the actual production capacity. It will fluctuate a little bit because of the geothermal generators we've got on the grid. But if anything was unstable here, you would see some heavy dips in that top graph, and there are none. The only dips you see are literally the very tiny dips that the geothermals are making because they fluctuate up and down in their power production capacities. But other than that, no dips, so we're running stable.
That's nice. Sorry.
So we've essentially we have about 70 gigawatts of power that we can spend right now, or 60.
To start.
Did we want to try the priority switches?
Yeah, can do.
Okay, then we need to set them up in a we need to set them up in a specific.
One or do all of them?
I'm thinking we do all of them, but we need to do them in a specific order.
Yes, don't screw that one up.
Because for whatever reason the game wants to add them on the listing in the order that we have built them in the world, and it doesn't let us sort them all alphabetically, so we should do them in order.
Okay, in that case, where do we want to start with that?
Power 1, 2, and 3.
And then are we coming back down here, keeping this as power 4, yeah?
Well, coal power 1, 2, and 3. And after that, we come back here and add turbo power.
Right, with you.
And then we set one up at home base. And then let that run for a bit, and let's see what happens. And if things stay stable, then we can go hook up all the other things.
Yeah, you gotta do it.
So
piece by piece.
Let's see. That's all the way out to Schmegger, I guess.
Yep.
Power 2 is back at home base.
If I jump off at
yeah,
I can jump off at either at Cowie. I can either jump off at Cowie and go down to 3 and prep that for when you're ready to, once you've done 1 and 2. Or I can jump off at West and then go over to Power 2.
That's entirely up to you.
West and Power 2. I've still got a way on you anyway to do number 1.
Yes. No matter how we look at it, Either way, you're gonna have to wait at one of them.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to be with you. So both streams get the same viewpoint of what we're doing. It's a little technical and it's a little not technical.
Running a whole lot of hope that it works.
The technical part, the implementation is the not so technical part.
Yes.
And the expectation is, will it blow?
Yes, you are right. Those two geysers are north of the rail line.
Yeah, they are just north of the rail line. And on our way, we are going past Dragon's Pond.
Has had a little change.
A small change to it. Just a small change. Nothing big. No, we needed to implement the tracking a little better. Because it was kind of the way we had it set up before. There was the potential that we could end up with a little bit of a traffic jam at the entrance and at the exit because of the way it was set up. So we've rerouted the track a little bit and changed how the entry and exit of Dragon's Pond is handled. Which, compared to the old setup, heavily reduces the risk of traffic jams.
Excellent. Just a quick thought. When we come to upgrade to be able to have resource wells,
Yes.
I plan on going over to oil one.
Yeah.
Technically, oil one is turbo power one.
Nope.
As well.
Nope. It's not. Its primary purpose is. No, it's not dedicated. Its primary purpose is plastic and rubber.
Yeah.
The power is just bonus.
Yeah. Back to what I was saying. I'm going to look at overclocking the generators that are there to then see what extra turbo fuel can be produced there from the wells.
Yes.
Plastic and whatnot.
Yes. Good idea.
Again, boosting the power from what we've got there, because all the generators there are just running at standard top rate.
Yeah, they are. Plus, if before we do that, if we manage to get batteries into production, we can cancel the packaged turbo fuel.
Yeah, throw that back in.
Exactly.
Sorry about that, guys. One of those issues. We didn't do our loop around.
No, we didn't. We didn't have time to.
Yes. Regarding the package fuel and doing what we need to there.
The only reason I am stopping here is because I disabled auto driving, which.
You're going to park around the loop, right?
Yes. Didn't want to break up the traffic while we're doing this. So this is our very first power plant. It is a box standard coal power plant with 64 generators, all of them running.
Before we go anywhere, just being the safety guy here a minute, the internal side of this grid is already switched to power to main grid, right?
Yes.
So we shouldn't have an issue with using the hover packs.
No.
Just
You'll know if it does.
just making sure. No, if we have an issue, it could seriously screw up the power generation stuff.
Yes.
So that's why we need to check before we go anywhere.
It is literally a matter of whether we end up effectively breaking the entire power grid or not. So we kind of have to keep track of what we're doing, because there is an issue with the hover pack causing the hover pack to become essentially a wireless shortcut between two separated power grids, merging them together. And if you're trying to run one power grid completely isolated from the other, then that's going to cause a lot of issues. And oftentimes those issues actually propagate as far as staying short-circuited that way permanently, to the point where we have to shut down the server and start it up again to fix that issue.
And sometimes even then it comes back at reboot.
Yes. So there are some serious issues involving the hover pack. We're now going to test to see whether those issues essentially bubble over to the priority switches. But you know, we'll see what happens.
We'll be right back.
Also, worth mentioning, along with that, along with those issues, it also when your hover pack is switching from drawing from, say, the main grid to the isolated grid, depending on which one it's drawing on, any machines that are connected to those grids will for I don't know, it's about 2 or 3 seconds, will just go completely idle, regardless of what's happening.
Yeah.
So it also causes, not only does it cause major instability in the power, it also causes major instability in the production lines and stuff like that.
Yeah, essentially, the machines start acting as if the power grid was overloaded, and the priority switches were, you know, prioritizing power to more important facilities, shutting some of them off. And as soon as it kicks in, it realizes, oh, that's not what's supposed to happen, and re-engages them. So every 2-3 minutes, pretty much every machine in the entire world just goes, plonk, I lost power. Oh, I've got power again. And that creates, for example, with miners, it creates spaces in the conveyor belts with nothing in them. And that, of course, then bubbles out to the entire production line, which then causes all of the production to, you know, become super unstable and unreliable. So
a bad burp.
Yeah, pretty much.
What happens to your stuff?
Pretty much.
Favor?
Yes.
Just run around the interior of this, see your jetpack's connecting to multiple things.
Yeah, it's working. You can see it. It's happening.
Yeah, no. What I'm looking at right now is I'm looking for peaks and troughs.
There shouldn't be any.
Which we're not getting, which is a good sign at the moment.
Yeah, you're not getting any. I see that too.
That basically is on the power grid, or on the power grid graphs. That is the first sign that we've fallen into the bug, basically.
Typically what we see is the orange line starts doing a massive dip, say 2, 3, 4 gigawatts of consumed power just disappears, and that's the whole glitchy machinery, oh, I lost power, oh, I've got power back. That's the kind of stuff that we see.
As a server save, when you finish this, you should save it too.
Autosaves every 10 minutes.
So how close are you to the next save? Question is how close are you to the next autosave?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
As you know.
I mean, it's not going to crash all of this stuff is not going to crash the server, and the only way that we can fix it is literally to go back and delete all of the priority switches, and then, you know,
reset them.
Go from there.
That seems to work so far.
And we are.
You know, you have the occasional glitch when you go into that menu that it kicks you out of the train.
Yes.
I had a very, very, very weird one the other day where I basically got locked. I thought I got locked inside the train.
Yes.
For the life of me, I entered the train using my normal button.
Yep.
Travelled all the way up. Got to my depot, the airport. Got an exit the train. Nothing. Nothing. I was like, logged out, logged back in. Nothing. I was like, quick to desktop, came back in just in case it was a client glitch. You know, nothing. I was like, okay, one last thing I've got to look at, key bindings. Not that I have changed anything. Yep, sure enough, the game had reset that one key to the default.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And there's the autosave.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, if anything goes, well, at least you can go back to this particular part.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna be rubber banding a little bit because the train was trying to stop while the autosave happened. There we go. Okay. Problem fixed.
I wonder why I
Kill this guy.
just in case people are wondering why I keep asking about saves in games, it's because it's very important. The more you save, the better your chances are you can get back what you if it bugs out.
What was that, Lee?
Said my car. What you don't often see, my train with 4 freight cars on it.
Yes.
Hey,
Right.
everything else is 3?
No, he usually doesn't have any freight cars on.
Oh, you just ripped around.
Well, no, it's normally
At that
because
point,
we go up on Sheridan's train and come back on Sheridan's train. Sheridan's always got freight cars to unlock that depot.
Yeah.
To transport the items. But last night, obviously where Sheridan's got stuff going on in real life, he can't stay on past a certain time because he's got obligations in the morning. So I said, you know, I'll stay on, I'll get the grid stabilized, which is what I was doing. And yeah, basically come back, and I went to come back home and I was like, these stations are getting pretty full of gear. I might as well spawn in some freight cars on my train and come home with all the goodies.
Yeah, plus yesterday I was just so totally drained and out of energy that I could barely keep my eyes open when we hit late in the evening. So I need to go couch surf. I mean sleep.
It's funny you mentioned that. It was the same thing when my brother got home. I finished supper and that. For some reason yesterday I just had to go to sleep early.
So here is our second coal power plant. Each of these, mind you, 64 generators, so that's 4,800 megawatts or 4.8 gigawatts.
Not overclocking these either, are we?
Nope.
I like the fact, guys, that they're using tubes to get around. My favorite transportation.
And essentially all of these were built relatively early on, and they have been providing the bulk of our power up till now. And we have actually 3 of these in total.
You want to know an interesting fact, Char?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 3 power stations that we got our shells been saying have been providing our power pretty much since we unlocked coal power, right?
Yeah.
They've been we managed to get that production line, that power production up to around about, I believe it was 17k.
Yeah, that's including the generators at Oil 1.
Yes. So all of our very, very early to mid stuff. The 240 module that we've just got online surpasses that by about 400 megawatts.
Yeah, I know.
Just to put that into perspective.
That is kind of funny.
Bearing in mind that none of the early power stuff that we did, like the coal generators or the fuel generators down at Oil 1, are overclocked at all. They're all running at 100% regular clock.
Yeah.
We only kind of when we went and did a bit more research on the overclocking, and we realised a lot cheaper than we first thought it would be to utilise the slugs and the power shafts.
Yeah.
And then we started looking into just what we could do with it.
Well, in all fairness, when we built these coal power plants to begin with,
we didn't have the slugs at that point.
We did have the slugs, but we didn't have nearly enough to do any kind of overclocking on these. So, I mean, it would have been a moot point anyway. But you know, it would definitely have saved a little power or a little space had we overclocked them or built them for overclocking. But we would have done a little.
This guy. Curve.
Oh yeah.
All the way through.
All the way through.
Just so you know where the slugs went, they went into the manufacturing.
Oh yes.
Is that was it was either build a crap load of power, which you can in this game, which is awesome, and or put them into your manufacturing to make sure that your manufacturing can keep up with all that power.
Yes.
Guess where they went, folks. And I hope we get a few extras because I'm going to need them in my manufacturing.
Oh, you're going the cheap way.
We've got plenty. We've got plenty.
You're going to take the train. You're going the cheap way.
Yeah. We can. We can grab the train.
Going that way than it is taking the train.
I just can't wait for those rockets. We get to blast those off. Those are going to be awesome. I hope they kept them the same size too, because they look cool. we put them on. We put them on the belts. If anybody did it last year, they'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I didn't play Satisfactory last year.
Oh god.
No,
the Xmas is a blast. I just hope I get that.
First Fixmas event. First ever, so yeah. All new to me.
One thing I should say ahead of time, when those boxes come around, start falling down, we need to find a good open space, because otherwise you're going to be fetching them, and you don't want to move until they stop falling. Because as soon as you start moving around, those boxes, they have a radius to fall from, eh? They won't fall close to you, but they'll radio out on you. Now, just think of it, you're around trees and places that you know, rough terrain, you're gonna have to go fetch them before they start falling again.
Oh yeah.
So, but that's up until you start producing. One thing I do like are these Christmas trees. Yeah, I started to say Xmas trees.
Fixmas.
Sorry, Fixmas trees, not Xmas. Fixmas. Yeah, Fixmas trees. Sorry, my brain is on SpaceX, man. Like, you're talking to a SpaceX nut. I mean, I dedicate one of my monitors just to that Boca Chica base so I can see what they're up to, eh?
Whoops. I should have taken the left turn.
Another left. No, wait, it's the right turn.
Yep.
Here's a question. Why doesn't they... How is it that, you know, when we were building rockets back in the 50s and 40s, that nobody even thought of having to make reusable rockets?
They did have technology to re-land them safely.
Yeah. Well, Elon found that one out, did it?
Yes.
I didn't get caught in a booster.
I mean, your average dumb phone today has more computing power than the original lander modules.
The original, yeah, I was going to say the original mainframe.
What, 1 billion times or something like that? Yeah, those were back in the days when they had what they called, transistor.
Yeah, so just to recap, here's another one. This is the third coal power plant that we've got. Exactly the same as the other ones. Slightly different layout, but functionally exactly the same. So let's get these hooked over. This is literally just so I can get rid of this.
Set out different area.
Plop down. Not there. There. There we go. Put in that. This connected up. The only reason I'm doing it this way is literally to avoid creating effectively a false spike in the network. Alternatively, I could just have.
I'm watching anyway, so I'd let you know if I see any form of spikes. So
there shouldn't be any.
No, just the normal geothermal dropouts. And
yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching.
The small little curve that we see. So that's good. Good news so far.
Excellent. Excellent.
Back to storage, and then down to turbo.
Yeah, and then we hook in turbo 1.
Oh, I see you got a cage down there with goggles in it.
Yeah, we've got 2 doggos that we haven't brought home yet.
Can't wait for them to get their Christmas, their Xmas hats. Then all the fun stuff comes. They're cute with those things on, man.
Oh yeah, they are.
There's 2 more there, so you got to bring those. Oh, that's right. You got to walk them, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's quite the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I've been lazy. It's my doggos. Or rather, I've been busy.
You've been lazy, so you've been busy building shit.
Yep.
Hey, they're all happy anyway, so.
Move your fat ass.
We're moose.
Hang on, we're gonna do this properly.
The hammerhead moose.
I don't think we can run him over and kill him. Can we?
No, you can't.
You can, you should hit him enough.
Yeah, true.
You keep it. Maybe more than that. He's up again.
You gotta run up.
Crunch. Crunch. Smack.
He's down.
He's out of there.
Alien protein.
Yep.
Yeah, alien steak, man.
That's health for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
We turn those into alien proteins and health packs.
Yeah, steak bars. Alien steak bars and steak soups.
Yep.
Park here a minute.
Just do the shaft thing.
Yep. And then pull in.
And then,
Yes, gotta have that coffee.
and then. Yeah, this is our aluminium
This is
setup.
aluminium. Right, ignore the big water tank. This is what we would. So this is our alumina
Solution and the sulfuric acid.
Right, so the alumina solution, that is a dedicated line.
Wow.
It's just one of the bauxite nodes that's not being tapped at the moment, so I thought we know.
Oh, okay.
The sulfuric acid is overflow from the compacted coal that's being generated here. So whenever this line backs up,
Yeah.
as it does frequently, obviously if this tank wasn't full, it would then produce.
Yeah.
But quite literally, all we need to do, and this is ready to go when we want, place however many blenders down is required, tap off of these 2 tanks,
Nice.
and we have batteries in production. And then we've got to funnel off the aluminum casing.
Yeah,
which
but
is the last thing.
Move over Amazon. We got better belts.
oh yeah, we need aluminum casings to produce the batteries. Yes,
But
it
other
gotta be
than
put
that-
into something.
Other than that, it's basically ready.
Okay, and then
What I could do-
technically speaking, we could then we can belt the batteries to Cowie and
redistribute.
uh
You could have them from Cowie down to oil 1, and then basically just take them on a loop where they go back to the fueling station, and then any overflow goes to storage.
yeah.
Basically, take the same route as the turbo fuel tanks from oil 1. If we're producing that much.
Yeah, if let's see.
I haven't done any math on it. This was just an errant thought as we're running through it to
Yes.
basically say we're basically near enough ready for it.
You see, we've got two options for running the batteries. One of them is that we run them by truck, which means, technically speaking, we should set up a second truck stop at Midway, because then we can pick up the batteries straight here instead of having the truck go all the way to Oil 1.
That'd be easier.
And then
Better
have
for
it deliver the batteries at Storage West, which is where the turbo fuel is currently being distributed to the electronics foundry. The alternative is that we add in a second train station at Cowie just for the batteries and run them straight to Storage West until we can build transfer.
Okay, because I've also got.
But we're going to have to look into that at some point and figure out what's best.
Just before we leave this area, what I'll probably do when we're getting closer to it and we're ready for it, is I will pick these two refineries up and move them over here.
Yeah.
So they're up on this platform.
Yeah.
You know, then there's a lot more space there.
Yes.
I'll probably keep the two fluid tanks that are there temporarily and use them like we use the industrial containers. Just feed them in from that temporarily until they're empty, and then get them replaced with more permanent solution.
Yeah, just keep in mind that
50, 40, and 20.
50, 40, and 20 yields 20 batteries plus 30 water a minute you need to get rid of.
Oh, that's easy. I can power down one of the water extractors from, or slightly power down one of the water extractors feeding the this one, which is aluminum scrap.
It's going to be a little bit of a balancing act getting that balanced out, but it's basically the bane of everybody's existence trying to balance this water shit out.
Oh, have a look at that fluid tank.
Yeah, I know that you've got this down to perfection. But once we start doing this with the batteries, that's going to upset your current perfection. Yeah.
What we could do is, if I've got an excess somewhere of... No, that wouldn't like it above.
No, I'm surprised you guys ain't done one of mine.
Yeah, let me show that and have a think on it.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a quick question?
Yeah.
Do you ever stack those those big ass fuel bubbles by putting one above the other and then putting another one above the other and then piping it up and then having it overflow at the top?
No.
Haven't done yet.
Boy, I gotta show them a few tricks, folks. One of my favorite things was if I had a lot of fuel and I had access to get like tens of those fuel generators going. I can show you a reservoir that was beautiful.
I need to make a stopover at storage and put the hub back before we head down to Turbo.
I was going to say before I want to just go quickly check the MAM and check what we've got on our hard drives for that potential alternate battery recipe as well.
Yeah. Just keep in mind I don't think we can scan another one at the moment. I think we're...
No, we can't at the moment. What I mean is if we've already got it unlocked or ready to be unlocked.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'll be right back.
We need another hypertube up there, don't we? Really?
Yes, we do. I mean, that's part of the reason why I made this beginning of a hub back here. I just haven't had the time to go do anything about it. Sorry.
No, you're fine. We've been busy doing other things.
Yes, we have. And
Oh, the hubbub, bub.
that's all the hubbub about, bub.
I love the fact now that when you put a hard drive in for analysis, it actually does come around and say unable to scan.
Yes.
Oh no! Apparently we can scan.
Ooh.
Interesting. So that's just scanning. Let me just check our library.
Let's see. Just to annoy Nix.
You're gonna play Nori.
I mean, if we see him again.
Yeah.
Everything is so green.
We have an alternate recipe for the radio control system.
Oh, yeah. That might actually be... let's see.
Not that we have to look at them now. Just mention. Yes, we do have the classic battery.
Okay, then we might want to...
Which requires sulfur. Let me just expand. 45 sulfur a minute, 52.5 alclad sheeting a minute, 60 plastic a minute, and 90 wire a minute. That will produce 4 batteries. Sorry, 30 batteries a minute.
That might be interesting.
Yes.
And I am completely and utterly blind, stupid, and all the other good things. I just cannot for the life of me see it in my list.
Well, the radio control?
No,
all the way to the bottom.
The battery.
All the way to the bottom. Oh, the battery?
Yeah.
Second from the bottom.
Ah, there it is. Yes, I am completely and utterly blind.
And your radio control unit is 4 above that.
Yeah, I found that one before. I just couldn't see the battery.
No worries.
Yes, converting coal to turbo fuel, very big job. We are about to head down to our turbo power plant again in just a minute. You'll see how big of a job it was for us. This might actually be... Let's see, that actually cuts out the whole... Fluid stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's grab that one, shall we? Thank you.
Yep.
The radio control unit thing, I think we want as well. Let's see, this is the one that goes rubber instead, yes. Crystal oscillators, yeah, 90 aluminum casing a minute. We may have to up ramp production then.
We'll have to up production of aluminum, definitely.
Yes, but let's grab it for now because that's essentially next on our list, and we need a whole shit ton of these.
Yeah.
I had a bit of a look ahead to see, try to estimate roughly how much we need to upgrade the electronics foundry. I think we're going to need to expand the building just to try and keep up with future needs. Yes. I haven't done the full math yet, but I definitely wanted to look for those for the alternates of radio control units. Oh, actually, I need to put these back. So yoink. Let's see, those and those belong here. And these other things can go in the sorting box. Like so, because I do not need them right now. Yoink.
Also, I'm just looking at... oh, that's really weird. That must be the new one.
There we go.
Oh, I think we've just had a glitch happen.
Well, let us have a closer look at the...
Yeah, we did that.
all of those recipes at some point when we have less things going on a maintenance day.
Down. So I want to look into later.
Okay.
We're back.
Welcome back.
Back and we're alive.
Right.
It's basically a way to get the canisters for packaging fuel or packaging liquids without the need of the plastic.
Ah, yes.
All right, we have 2 recipes at the moment available.
Yeah, but let's.
I'm jotting down to do research on later.
Yeah.
When you fill the canisters with fuel, and you send them by conveyor belt, and then you have the what do they call it? Not December, but the one that sucks the fuel.
Packages.
Cans. You get empty cans again, right?
Yes.
You can just send a loop those.
Yeah.
Send them back so you can refill them.
Yes, but you still need to. Some of them you can, but you can't do it with all of them because, as an example, when you're using packaged fuels of some kind in vehicles, the container is consumed as well.
So you have to make up for that too. You still have to make some.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. While the does his thing. I need to do a quick Callus denatures, so I will be back in just a minute.
You've got to go take care of old man syndrome.
Yes, I need to because Dragon kind of triggered mine, so... Alright, I will be...
I'm going as well.
Alright, I'll be right back.
After these messages. Wait a minute, you're gonna leave me here alone? You can't see what I'm doing? That's good.
We'll be right back after these messages.
And what's even funny is that I'm not in the game. Okay, I'll keep them wondering what the heck's going on. Give them a little idea of what's coming up here for the December. That's right, folks. December's. Oops, here. Let me get this echo shit off there. There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, there's going to be a special place for the dragon to work with. I can't recall.
Yeah, Dragon. So the place that we've set up for you for your.
I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, no. What I was going to ask is, if we build a big enough platform there, you could potentially use that as the drop-off area as well.
As the which?
You know what you were saying about when the packages start dropping, you need a large area around you.
Yeah. If you can make it so that if where I'm standing, it'll circle down on me.
Yeah.
Then all down. I can just go and grab them first. Yeah.
If we make the platform extra big, then we can all 3 of us can be in that general location and have all the Fixmas packages drop around us there.
The whole idea is to get those first Christmas trees that actually produce. Right. Yes, folks, we have a way to produce with Christmas trees. We can't see it. Bring it on.
And we're back. Yeah, so it is absolute luxury having running water again.
I bet.
I haven't had running water in the apartment for 2 days.
Down dodgy icy steps.
Yeah.
To the bathroom.
Yeah.
Really make it.
Oh. Well,
I bet you won't. And then story written by
P90 by
I think it was.
Was it like P90?
So yeah, we moved your entrance from here over to where Foundry is.
That was the entrance.
That was the exit.
Originally the entrance right there, where I'm looking back at.
That's the exit?
No,
that was the entrance, and the exit was over by the Foundry, but we moved entry and exit over to the corner by the Foundry.
It's a lot more space to park the trains when we need them.
Yes.
And a lot less issues with traffic flow.
Is anyone heading here now?
No, we're heading down to Turbo to put a priority switch back in.
Oh, great. So if somebody pointed out on the map, that would be easier. Get an idea.
So we are currently right here. Nope, we're not. We are down here. So we were up here. This is Dragon's Pond. Boundary is all the way up here. So we've traveled all the way down the coastline here, going down across here, and then we're going across the grassy plains biome over to the Blue Crater. And that's a good 5 minutes. Dragon's Pond is. Dragon's Pond is all the way up here. And there should be more than plenty space for whatever Christmas shenanigans you might be up to.
Saying about having a large enough space when the packages start to drop.
Yes.
What I was saying is if we extend Dragon's Pond's foundations to maybe include a temporary area for that as well.
Yes.
Then we'll be down in that one location once all that's going on.
Yeah. Just the easiest place to gather up the packages is actually up in the sand dunes, because of the massive wide open space, and there's nothing stopping the packages when they're coming down. But we don't currently have a connection up there, so
question is though, you do have what do you call it, enemies that we can sort up there.
I'll do a proper flyover once we've docked with the station, so you can see it better, K-balls.
Because I think it would be easier to do it over the pond, because this way there's nothing there on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see if we can plunk down a whole bunch of foundations, so we can potentially catch some packages there.
So like I said, once we get to the point where we don't need the packages, then we can just delete that part.
Yes.
And I'll just use, the sec, because that would make for people that don't understand. If you're starting the game, you're going to have to go fetch them. But the trick is to stay in an open area where there's no trees. So, because if they go up there, you got to wait for the next cycle, and this next cycle, I don't know exactly how, but you can keep them coming down. Once you pop the last ones, you have to find them all.
Exactly.
So, but they will restart and do it again, or you got to go out of the server, I think it is, and then restart it, something like that. But the easiest way is just to have a great big flat field, big enough that you can see every package falling. And once they're all down, they will stop after a while, and you just run out to grab them all.
Yeah. But as far as I remember, they keep dropping throughout December, so we should be good.
They're saying it goes right into the second week of July.
Nope, they stop in January.
Oh.
According to the second week.
Wrong J, folks. Wrong J.
I think Snut said January 5th is where it stops.
That's funny, because I thought he said it was like the second week of
I don't remember. Yeah, it might be. I don't remember. So yeah, here we've got.
Don't take it with a grain of salt, folks. But it is January when it ends.
Yeah.
He said there was enough time to do what you want to do with Fixmas, anyways.
Yes. So this is our small little power plant. This is turbo fuel powered, all of it. We have 6 oil nodes that we're tapping. So the first small one over there is an impure node, 60 a minute. Following that, we have 2 normal nodes, so that's 120 a minute a piece. And then we have 3 pure nodes that we're tapping, so that's 240 crude oil a minute. All being converted into heavy oil residue to begin with. Polymer resin is then sent over to that station, so we can later export it from here and transported over to our primary rubber and plastic factory and imported there for expansion. The 2 arcs over here produce all of the compacted coal we need to convert the diluted fuel into turbo fuel, which is then sent to overclocked generators to produce the power. So yeah, we've got a small little facility here.
Yeah, just small.
Tiny bit.
Just a tiny little thing. So
Soon to be bigger.
76 something gigawatts being produced here. But
my question is we got all this power. How are we doing on the tower? I knew they were avoiding that question.
Yes. So all of the sulfur and coal that we need to produce the compacted coal is being mined over there. That's 1 pure and 1 impure sulfur node on one train, and the other train that's just leaving up the hill goes over the very top over there into the next biome, fetches the 2nd pure node of sulfur for a total of 1260 a minute. And on top of that, we also have a coal train running up the hill and over there, tapping 2 pure and 1 impure coal node for the same amount. That is then converted into 1890 compacted coal a minute, which is then sent out to turbo fuel production. The internal consumption of power to run this entire setup is about 10 gigawatts. So it was definitely an interesting project building this, that's for sure. But we kind of needed the power because we were, in essence, overtaxing a little bit in terms of when we usually start focusing on power again.
Make sure you get lots of pictures of that.
Quickly, just as you've been doing, can you just fly over all of the modules in like a zigzag for me?
Yep.
I'm watching the graph for those wondering right now. Just this is basically where we figured out it was the hover pack, because the poles in the middle here that go through the walls, basically those were main grid, and the remainder of the poles that are connecting all the production line, those were isolated grid up until when I switched them over last night to be all main grid. So when we were flying in between them and the power was being drawn from main grid, isolated grid, that's when the hiccup was happening.
Yeah, and I'm essentially running across main grid, isolated grids, and module grids right now. So I've basically crisscrossed everything at this point.
Yep. No peaks, no troughs.
So what we did, if memory serves, in terms of our rubber and plastic production, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Lee. But as far as I remember, let's see, we went with residual plastic and residual rubber for the actual rubber and plastic production. But that also means that we have to produce the polymer resin, and for that we scanned hard drives.
Slight correction. Residual plastic, yes, but it was pure rubber. A vanilla rubber recipe, straight from the straight from the crude oil to produce the excess heavy oil. And then
well, Nix's original had residual rubber.
Really? Because I copied the recipes direct from his ones.
I think he was using residual rubber. The interesting thing about it is that if you can find yourself let's see, one of these two. That's the residual one that takes polymer resin and water.
Yeah, no, he couldn't have been using that. We would not have had enough polymer resin.
I'm pretty sure that we were using residual rubber because we didn't have any.
To get the 307 plastic out, it has to consume every bit of polymer resin that we're producing at that plant. That's just for the plastic.
Yeah.
What he may have done because I remember actually at one point he said, "I've managed to boost the plastic output," didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, we ended up getting 390 a minute out. We're using some of that for container production because of the packaged turbo fuel we're using for vehicles, which we can then regain.
Oh yeah, I was going to say once we switch over to batteries, we can
yes,
stop the canister production.
Exactly. But I went after Nix had originally built it. I wasn't seeing the quantities that he was reporting, so I went and checked and found that he was actually missing water, and that water was hooked into both the plastic and the rubber production, which means it must have been
residual,
residual rubber, because that's the only way, the only one that requires water.
Yeah, I wonder then if when he came back and he said, because it was a couple of days after that, I think after he initially set it up, that he come back and he said, I've managed to boost the plastic output.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he at that point had switched from residual rubber to pure rubber, vanilla rubber.
Possibly, but I know that he did have a whole bunch of refineries strictly producing polymer resin.
We have 9 of those.
But yes, in terms of producing them, it can be beneficial to go hard drive hunting, just to see if you can get some of these.
Oh yeah.
Because you will definitely need a whole bunch of the polymer resin just to be able to boost your production. It's essentially the same thing that we're doing with the power plant here. So what we're doing is we're pumping in crude oil using the heavy oil residue recipe, because we need the heavy oil residue more than we need the polymer resin. But we're still getting it. The heavy oil residue we then run into blenders and mix the heavy oil residue with water to get essentially diluted fuel. That heavily increases the amount of fuel that we can get from the crude oil. So if you just do a crude oil to fuel conversion directly, you don't get nearly as much fuel out of it. So in essence, this has added, I think it's about 40% more fuel to the mix compared to doing it with the with the regular vanilla recipes, with 40% extra fuel coming out of the crude oil. That means that we get that much more turbo fuel out of it, which is then, fed into our generators. So just by adding that extra step in the process, we've expanded the power production capacity by about 40% compared to the standard vanilla recipes. So it's definitely worth hard drive hunting to get essentially as many alternate recipes as you can, because they will, if you take the time to research them properly, you can find some pretty big boosts just switching over to some of the alternate recipes.
We heard
So that alternate recipe that Sheridan is talking about, if we just went straight from crude oil to fuel, turbo fuel, it would produce 33.33 a minute. Whereas this is on a 60, on that 60 node coming in. The 60 crude oil converts to 33.33 turbo fuel a minute. However, if you add in the blender step, etc., and create the diluted fuel, that 60 fuel turns into 133.33. So you're getting 100 extra turbo fuel a minute just by that one recipe swap.
Yeah.
It's the name turbo fuel.
The one thing to keep in mind is that you are, of course, also going to have a slightly bigger power cost in terms of adding that extra production step. But the cost of producing it is way lower than the output that you gain from it. So it's definitely worth doing it.
Also worth noting, you also get 10 extra polymer resin with the diluted resin.
Yes.
Quite interesting, actually. I didn't realise it was that high a jump. I knew it was significant.
It's a pretty big jump, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very big jump.
There we go. We now have turbo power on the priority groups. Sweet.
And no issues on the graph at all. No dropouts, nothing.
Sweet.
And by dropout, I also mean the grid itself dropping completely off.
Yeah, it didn't pop.
Remember we were getting that periodically.
Yes, we were.
Oh, what?
Yeah, desync.
Train's outside the station for me.
Yep, it's desync. It is just desync.
I can't handle it.
No, and
I'm
that's because the it's technically speaking still sitting at the station, so yeah. It's and it's still rolling forward. Yeah. So
oh, there you go. Now I'm on front of the train. If you go to the very front of the first freight car.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
And now we're back.
And now he's back.
And the only thing I did was literally just tap the reverse button ever so slightly. That was enough to have it resync.
Good thing, because otherwise he has to redo that.
Yes. One quick tip.
How consistent the inconsistent glitches are.
Yes. One quick tip, when you are manually operating the locomotives and you come to a stop somewhere, in auto mode, it keeps the brakes engaged when the train is stopped. In manual mode, it does not. The way to keep the brakes engaged is to press the brake button, keep it pressed, and then whatever keybind you have for leaving the locomotive while you're still pressing the brake button. And that keeps the locomotive's brakes enabled even after you've left it. Very useful if you're stopping on a hill, otherwise the train is just going to roll backwards.
Oh,
so,
don't need that to happen.
That reminds me. You know my AFK spot down to the north over there? That you put the you caged me in, put the light, and put me a medi box.
Oh yeah.
The medi box now has items in it.
Oh no, I'm curious. Yeah, one day while we were building and working on this project, Lee essentially went AFK standing basically right here. Probably something like this. He went AFK. And then I built him a nice little purple lamp and a medibox, and he put inhalers in there. I mean, I had to protect him. He was standing in the middle of nowhere, and baddies tend to spawn over here somewhere. So
just north up here, there is hostiles that spawn.
Yes. So, you know, I had to keep my brother protected. So I fenced him in. Right. So, just to showcase the final bit of rail network that we've got here, I'm gonna do a quick swing over by the remaining sulfur and coal stuff. 18 layers of walls. Holy smokes. Oh man. Palomar 1, we salute you. All 4 containers are filled, by the way.
Yeah, I saw last night.
So we're gonna have a good opening cache of polymer resin to dump into oil 1. That's gonna be pretty freaking cool.
You know, if I had one more monitor right now,
Polymer 1.
I can watch you both use live and on our Discord. Both on the line, but I've also got shared in your Discord too.
We still have a bit of track beautification to do here.
Track beautification to do everywhere.
Yeah, we do.
Although because this is all custom curves and one of the biggest stretches.
Yeah, it is.
Well, this is the one that you were talking about earlier. It's got to go all the way over here to the other end back there.
Yes.
Yeah, to the other side. Yeah.
So I've done a bit of beautification here already. There's still a lot to do, but
that comes after the stuff.
yeah, I mean, we've got all of it operational now. So on a maintenance day at some point or in between streams, we're gonna go back and do some more of this beautification because it is a lot of tedious work and it takes forever to do it. And I would imagine it would pretty quickly turn pretty boring to watch. Essentially us.
Sounds pretty boring to do whilst we're doing it, let alone free watching it.
Exactly.
But
we sit there and have a good moan whilst we're doing it, you know.
Oh yes.
But then, so like at the end of the day, we look back at what we've done and we're like, actually, you know what, that looks pretty damn decent.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
we
getting
do.
it there to that point where you say.
Yeah.
So right up there is the impure node that we are tapping for the 60 a minute oil module.
I did come and check all of these once I'd done the 2 module switches for the 3 module switches for the 240 node. All of the miners were powered properly and everything.
Yeah. I actually had already checked them. Oh, you removed the tree.
Yes.
I kind of wanted to keep it, but...
Oh, sorry. It was getting in the way of the belt, so I thought I'd remove it.
Yeah, it's all good. So this up here is one of the pure nodes. It's sitting up back there. And over...
Right beside the pile. No, not up there. Wasn't that a node right there where you were feeding into the system? Right here in the front? Yeah, up there.
That's coal.
That's coal? Yeah. I don't remember. Normal node, I think.
Normal? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Normal node.
So you just tap the bigger one.
This place out near enough by heart? No, not.
Yeah, we did the calculations and figured out that we needed 2 pure nodes and an impure to run it because we can sloop.
Not an impure.
We can sloop the assemblers. So that's the other pure sulfur node, and this is actually 3, not 2.
Are you running what?
This should be
3rd
3.
level fourth level. We have fourth. Yeah, we have fourth level belts in this thing, don't we?
Yeah, we're at Mark
We're on
5.
level 5.
5. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Wait to see
And
them trees starting out that stuff.
this one is then the second pure node, and this should actually be 3, not 2.
They're fighting each other. I love it.
There we go. So that's the remaining sulfur and coal coming in. And these are running on Mark 5 belts, simply because we're pushing 600 a minute out of those miners. So yes, this is 1.0 release, plus a few post-release patches. Right, so technically speaking, we are belting in, let's see, 1260 coal per minute, which is then being split to 4 cars, which then brings it down to 315 coal per minute per car. Just to spread out the load a little bit to make sure that we don't end up clogging things and you know, getting stoppages everywhere. So this little setup right here takes care of dividing things between cars with a little bit of pre-buffering.
Overflow sink in case you overflow it?
Not on this end.
Not yet, eh?
Not on this end. This end we've got... why is that one not moving at all? It's kind of strange. It's the same on this side. I need to check up on that quick.
Yeah,
It should be moving. Oh, because the game decided to disconnect these. Right.
Yeah, that don't help.
Nope. Definitely don't help.
Ow.
Okay, it won't connect. That's why. So why are they not connecting?
You don't have that in there. You had it.
It won't connect? What the hell? That is so strange.
It's weird.
Well, apparently the game doesn't want to invalid conveyor belt shape. Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to come back to this at some point and figure out what's wrong with this. Because that has worked for a long time.
And all of a sudden
I mean,
it does.
overall, yeah, all of a sudden it doesn't. These are connected correctly, but they still don't want to.
Mark 5?
It is Mark 5.
Yeah, it's what I'm saying. They're meant to be Mark 5 belts.
Yes. They're still not moving shit.
Try putting it back on now. Try doing it now.
Which makes absolutely no sense.
I'm getting exactly the same. Invalid.
Put your card back up there, the angler. Redo that one again while it's like this. You're gonna go that way.
Nope. See, it's still blocking.
Stop it right there.
Glitchy ass game. Coffee Stain, you need to fix your bugs.
Weird.
Oh well. It's less important because we're running Mark 5. They run at, what, 780 a minute?
Yeah.
So...
It's still feeding it, though.
Yeah, it's still feeding them fine. I mean, the containers downstairs are pretty much empty, as they should be, between runs. So it's not a big issue. But at some point I want to come back here and see if I can get this to reconnect properly, because... Why?
No. That was my dad. No.
I mean,
I thought I'd seen something then, but it wasn't.
When we did the initial trial run of all of them, before we started booting things up, all of this was working perfectly. This is because of a couple of server restarts, and that one is derped.
Yeah, it's coming through the floor, isn't it?
Yep.
Annoying.
Gonna have to.
No. And then you get the overlap issue.
Yeah. It's gonna be one of them. Yes. All of this has been working, and we've made no changes to any of this since. So this is just yet another example of things being glitchy in the game. No explanation why, it just happens. Don't know exactly why this particular issue has occurred, but I've seen it before, and the only way to fix it is literally to tear the freight platform, tear the belts, conveyor holes, and rebuild them from scratch. But I don't really want to do that on stream, so it's something I'm gonna come back to on a maintenance day.
All the lower ones won't connect now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen before, so
Yeah, the lower ones they're not running.
Have we checked the coal platform as well?
same thing. Exactly the same thing. There's no difference. But let's.
These look like they're connected, actually.
Yes, they do look like they're connected, but they are not, because they're not moving anything. But let's save that for a maintenance day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're sitting here the next 2 hours trying to fix this.
Yeah. More stuff to work on, folks. More stuff. At least if it's working. So.
Worth noting out. I've just noticed to our north. There is another nitrogen gas node there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Why? Literally, it's around sort of like. I'm just going to put a slug marker.
Yeah.
Where that slug marker is.
See, I'd like to go to the. Oh, actually, let's head over to Dragon's Pond. We can park there. Because of the rerouted track, we should now be able to park 4 trains up there, queued up.
Yeah. 4 trains with freight cars on.
Yes. Yeah, fixing that issue with that conveyor lift back there is going to be one of them. Tear it, rebuild it, and do that quickly. Because if we take too long in tearing it and rebuilding it, we might end up running out of stored cash in terms of coal and sulfur. So it's gonna have to be one of them speedy things, and keep doing it until the game decides, oh, it's gonna work. I've had these issues before. And
dynamic markers on the rail system box. Please upgrade the rest of it to be dynamic.
yes. I would definitely.
What we're after is the train to dynamically detect if a path is blocked, and if there is an alternative path around it that is unblocked.
Yes, that would be nice, but that would also require them to essentially reprogram the entire train pathing from scratch.
Yes, crack on.
Yep, that would be nice.
We had we were doing Dragon's Pond. We had a lovely little sliding switch off.
Yes.
We were trying to, and we must have spent about 4 hours trying to get the thing working, only to realise we can't get that working because it requires logic the game just does not implement.
Yeah.
Does not exist in the game.
Dumbing it down, the rail system is too dumb, literally too dumb,
Yes.
To figure that out.
They've essentially implemented the entire train system in such a way that when a train is about to leave a station for its next scheduled stop, that's when it calculates the path, locks it in, and then does nothing until it hits the next station, apart from following that path. That's it.
With the exception of reading every single stop block sign.
Yeah.
That's the only bit of dynamicness that the system has. Otherwise, it's fixed on that current path. That path does not change.
Exactly. So K-Balls goes, I'm in charge of power on my map, and if I lose power, I must take a penalty shot of tequila. And then Mater goes, I'm really bad at power management. Can I be in charge of power management on your server, lol? So, what's my punishment for...
We'll take care of the priorities, which is power off, power on, power on.
Yeah. No, knock on wood, we haven't had a single power grid failure since we started this stream series.
Knock on wood.
Well, technically, that's not true. We have, but it's not been on our main grid. It's been me when I'm out exploring, trying to unlock
yes.
hard drives, create an isolate group that we normally get the power fuse. And then every time it gets Sheridan, he's like, what, when, why? And I'm like, no, it's me.
Exactly. But our main grid has not been broken a single time since we started this playthrough. And a good part of that has been me being super attentive towards the power grid. Keeping an eye on exactly what the state of the power grid is. So I've frequently been back to a power pole somewhere to check where our max consumption was compared to our current production and capacity. And when I felt that the max consumption got too close to the production capacity, that's when I shifted focus from whatever we were doing over to okay, we need to work on power for a bit, because otherwise we're going to end up with a brownout. And that is
literally where we were, what, a week and a bit ago?
Yeah, a week and a half ago.
Hence that huge ass power station.
And then we just, I mean, we had, before that, we started talking about setting up a turbo fuel power plant. And then we effectively ran it up till the point where, okay, now max consumption is getting too close. As in, typically, when I start shifting focus is when there's about the same kind of distance between the max consumption and the production capacity as there is between the graphs on the current active consumption and the max consumption here on the graph. So when max consumption gets up to about here-ish, that's typically when I go, okay, it's time to focus on power. And that has been, in essence, the vast majority of our power management. Just keep an eye on your power poles. When max consumption gets too close, shift focus, build power.
Also,
then
we have been very diligent in every single satellite outpost that we have. We have power switches in.
Yes.
We did at one point, before we hit a bug that we're just working through, as you guys have seen today, have priority power switches in all of our production.
Yeah.
And anytime, say, I go out and build a satellite facility, Sheridan goes out and builds a satellite facility, not only are we checking the power poles for what the current rate is, we are also utilizing the switches before we switch everything onto main grid to figure out, okay, what is the draw going to be from this place?
Yes.
Currently, as we're building it.
Because the super cool thing about it is when you have a switch like this, before you hook it into your main grid, one side of that switch is going to tell you the max consumption of all machines attached to that side of the switch. So that's in essence the high end of expected power consumption being taxed onto the grid once the switch is thrown. So that's a neat way to figure out how much more consumption you're adding to the grid. And if that exceeds the capacity you have available, then you know that you need to shift focus and add some more power before you add this satellite facility. So definitely best tip I can give you is make use of switches.
You're master in this game.
You can't really see it with this setup because we've got two switches there, one for the miners and one then for what we're passing as factory power, which powers everything in the factory.
Yeah.
But in our other production facilities, like for instance Schmega, that has 4 or 5 production lines on it now.
Yeah, it has a whole bunch of separate individual production lines, and each individual production line at that satellite facility has its own internal switch. That way we can connect or disconnect an individual production line at that factory depending on what we need. Or if we don't have the power to run, say, 2 of those production lines, and we don't desperately need the products from them, we can just cut them off the grid in that factory and then, enable them at a later point. As
well as a main isolation switch as well,
yes.
Which would then power down the entire facility.
And in the case of this is the electronics foundry, we're producing a lot of stuff here. A good portion of the stuff, this is essentially all of the stuff that's being produced and exported from here, including their ratios. Some of these are being consumed internally as well. But all of these individual production lines essentially that we have running here are so intermixed and intertwined that we couldn't quite separate them all that easily into separate production lines because it would just have been, too inefficient having 4 different productions of stators, for example, instead of doing one combined. It was just easier logistically to build it up that way. So that's why this place ended up just having one switch for the miners. This one switch, interestingly enough, actually controls 12 individual miners set down on 12 individual nodes. Some of it comes through here. We have 3 copper nodes. We have 3 limestone nodes, and we have 6 iron nodes that are all hooked into that one switch. So if we flip that, all of the miners go off, and then eventually the place will starve. The other one that we've got is the main factory switch, and all of the machines and all of the external buildings attached to this place, they're all running off what we call factory power. So this primary switch here then enables grid power to this facility, and everything else is hooked into factory power. So that includes all of the production lines here in this building. So we've got a whole bunch of production lines going on, producing different things. This is crystal oscillators. Over here we've got, I think, computers, if I remember right. These use, 2 different recipes, all set up for proper ratios. We've got the circuit boards and high-speed connectors being produced on the other side back here. So this would be the high-speed connectors with stuff coming down from the level above. And here we've got the circuit boards that are needed for a bunch of different recipes. And back here, those refineries produce all of the copper sheeting that we need. This building right here produces 30-something modular frames, which are then sent over to this building for later consumption. We haven't set that up yet because we needed the power first. So it's one of them things you have to shift focus every now and again. Then up here on the second level, we're producing some screws and some wiring for some of the other recipes here. Heavy modular frames. Back here we've got additional rotor production. This is then the sky bridge entrance to the modular frames factory. So satellite facility. And over here we've got 48 refineries producing copper ingots, iron ingots, and concrete. So we're using the pure ingot alternate recipes as well as the wet concrete recipe to make the most of all the stuff coming in here. We need a whole bunch of iron to make those additional modular frames. So we tapped into it here. Over here behind the hypertubes, this is 20 AI limiters a minute being produced. So that's a good 820 quick wire coming in, being consumed in total at this facility. I don't recall exactly where everything goes, if I'm honest, but yeah, it's
production level and just ingots going everywhere.
Yeah,
Basically.
I'll take a quick jump down on one of the logistic floors. The floor.
Oh God, you guys want your brains ripped?
Yeah. So between this first level and the second level, there's actually another little service level, which is where we have all of the belt spaghetti going on.
Yeah,
so
like I said, spaghetti highway.
This is where all of the stuff is being moved through.
And don't ask how it works.
And down on the this is the computer production. How does it all work? Yes. Down on the ground floor, I've set up.
Yeah, we know a guy.
We know a guy. I've set up a intake and supply caching system that will allow us to buffer all of the stuff that comes in from all the trucks and the trains that are arriving here. Just to quickly put it into perspective, each of these glass domes sits over a truck station, and we have truck stations running for all of them. There are 7 in total.
Well, you should have seen them when he routed them.
And that's stuff coming in. 5 of them are delivering stuff, and 2 of them are picking up stuff and bringing that back to our storage hub. So this one runs one set of items to the east side of our storage facility, and this one over here runs another set of items to the west side of our storage facility. So it's kind of pre-sorted. It just helps us logistically doing it this way. And then on top of that, we have 2 trains arriving over at this station, pushing products in. Actually, the Schmecker train just arrived. And there is the Cowie Express. And it's going to dump off all the junk that runs in on these lines here. That then gets sorted into the supply cache containers. I'll go have a look at that shortly.
Ready for it, folks. Here comes the flow.
In just a minute.
Yeah, it's a time-lapse thing.
And train is out, so we should be seeing the first bit of items here. So
good news, we do not have a connection issue on these ones. Both belts are feeding out.
yeah, they should be.
What's that?
So all of this and next train comes in. This one drops off alclad aluminum sheeting as well as the aluminum casings. So that stuff then runs into this floor. And this is madness. Absolute madness.
Yeah, this
So,
is where the spaghetti got and we're not.
yeah. This entire setup down here consists of, in essence, a double cache system using the containers. And the way it works is that we are, in essence, running two Mark IV belts out of each freight terminal, or freight platform, sorry. And then pushing them through two smart splitters, sorting out a single item on that double line, and pushing it into a sorting cache container. From there, it is then merged out with overflow handling into our supply container. So this container right here is then the, in this case, silica supply cache that supplies the facility while the train is effectively not here. And in total, when all of these caches are completely filled as they are, this facility is able to continue production for a good 35 minutes before the next delivery is absolutely required. That's what this cache system does. It simply just extends things and makes sure that there is a continuous supply of all of the different products and materials that this factory needs to keep its production running stable. Problem here is that I have the same product being delivered from, in some cases, two different sources, in other cases, three different sources, Quickwire being one of them. We have a truck that is, in essence, running 800 Quickwire per minute over to this facility. And then, okie dokes. And then we have a second source that I think it runs 210 Quickwire per minute for just over 1,000 Quickwire a minute coming in. But this facility then spends 820 per minute, so it's quite a high consumption rate.
That's the reason why it's called Quickwire.
But I'm using the same kind of intake caching system with overflow handling to make sure that we get the amounts needed to keep the facility running. And whatever overflow is then left is further split up and essentially speed reduced, because I didn't want to overflow the output capacity. So the Quickwire is, I think it's set down to, is it 240 a minute, I think? Let's see, yeah, 240. Supply to base, 240 per minute. We don't spend all that much Quickwire building things, so I figured 240 would be sufficient. And then the rest is being sent to a sink back here.
Turn around and go back there for a minute. Just back to where you just were. Okay, right straight ahead of you. Now go up just a little bit, No, you got, no, not these belts, it's the ones below. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
There. How does that work when you're crossing tracks like that?
That works fine. I don't see an issue here.
Pull that one off.
It's easy. The game allows.
They're going between, right? They're going between.
They've removed the whole.
Zipper, right? One goes behind the other.
They've removed the whole can't clip, so you can clip through anything now.
Oh, that's cool. I was just wondering because I'm going. What?
See, I can put the container here easy.
That makes my job a lot much easier now for what I've got planned.
Oh yeah, you can clip anything.
That's cool.
And that includes belts and rails, and I mean, you can have a train run through terrain if you want to.
Oh, that's weird.
So, I mean, if you can figure out how to properly clip things with the game, then yes, you can have trains run through terrain.
There's not trains through trains though. Because I saw the material going through material, but not trains through. I can imagine.
You might
imagine that, folks? It's a ghost train.
You might actually be able to, if you do it right.
Yeah, you're to see it. It's a ghost train, folks. Don't worry. We won't hurt it.
It's gonna be a little bit tricky setting it up, but you can probably do it.
That'd be very cool to see that happen, though. Oh, I like that. He's got the sink on top. Yeah.
No. This is a manufacturer.
That's not a sink. That's yeah. I was just about to say it's got 4 inlets. It can't be a sink.
This one does modular engines, and that one over there does the same.
Okay.
And
we got one in each corner.
Well, 3 corners.
3 corners.
Fourth corner is taken up by a piece of cliff. And this one over here is doing adaptive control units. Nice. I still haven't finished the roof up here. I need to. This is where the rest of the stuff is being delivered to the machines down on level 2. So we actually do have logistics levels between level 1 and 2, as well as up here on the roof. And the roof is almost as tightly. Yeah, it is. I mean, when you want to
spaghetti highway, but definitely a spaghetti highway.
When you want to get things to, look somewhat decent, the only way that you can accomplish it is literally by having logistics floors like this.
Oh yeah, without them, yeah, you just see the rabbit hole.
But sometimes you kind of want to get the whole industrial look of things, but something like this, it's difficult. Yeah, pretty much. It can be pretty tricky to get all your belts and whatnot routed in a decent way, and sometimes you just don't have the space to do it. And then you have to use some other tricks, but that's why we built logistics floors, because then you can do cool things like this.
I like that. That's neat.
Having these walls of conveyor lifts with stuff being supplied, and I've got 2 of them.
Yeah, that's neat. I like that.
And I mean,
that's cool too. I like that part too.
Build something like this just for the aesthetics of it. Yeah.
I like the looks of that. That's cool.
This entire place was built with aesthetics in mind. This is definitely looks over function. Absolutely it is, and it was a freaking pain in the ass building it. But
every part that you put down, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely it was. This place looks so freaking amazing. One thing that I love the most is actually this place.
That out in the glass like that is awesome.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing 20 AI limiters a minute with this setup, so
nice.
It's not quite enough for what we need in the future. But I'm not entirely sure that we actually can, because we're a bit limited on space because of terrain.
No, not here. No. Make a building.
Yeah, we could sloop them. We'll see.
That's expenditure on power.
Yes, it is. Heavy expenditure on power.
If you need to make more, to be able to make more of those, just make build upwards or down. You can't build downwards, but you can build upwards.
Yeah. See, this grave of ores coming in and going through the building is completely unnecessary. It was strictly built for the aesthetic effect, nothing else.
Yeah.
And,
why
you
build
know,
a boring building?
we could clear up the space for this and just route them around the building instead, but this looks so much cooler.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why we did it.
Man, I like it. And a lot of people, look at that. Look at all. It's got all those.
Yeah, we put up signs in here to try and, keep track of what actual consumption rates are of different products and whatnot, and what we end up having in surplus, and what the actual
output is.
Inputs and outputs are, because with a facility this big and this many things happening here, it's beginning to be difficult to keep track of what we actually have available to us. So we've put up these signs, and we've actually started to make it basically standard operating procedure to put up these signs that's inform us of what is this place consuming and what is it outputting.
Producing, yeah.
That way we can more easily keep track of it, because at times, Lee might be working on one facility while I'm working at a different facility, and because we're working on, different things at the same time, we don't necessarily have the actual numbers for the other facility. So these information boards then help us keep track of what each facility requires and what it outputs, so we can do cross calculations and figure out, do we have enough to run this, are we still getting sufficient amounts of this out so we can restock our storage hub, stuff like that. So that's just become part of standard operating procedure for us now.
Okay, now
we are working on separate specific. Say, for instance, they're both processing iron into ingot. I might be saying one thing about ratios, and or asking a question about ratios. Sheridan's got in his head all the math for the facility that he's in. So he might, without even realising it, give me a ratio that isn't correct for the facility I'm working at. So that's why these boards just play a, and I've done the same with him. I've given him ratios.
Yeah, we've done that time and time again.
What's the output a minute? And I don't realise he's asking about his facility, and I'm giving him figures from my facility.
Yeah, we've done that quite a few times, and then
the amount of times we both stopped and gone, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right.
Exactly, and that has then led to us coming up with this way of keeping track of ins and outs of the different facilities. So we have these boards pretty much on every satellite facility.
That's good. At least gives you a good idea what the thing's doing.
Yeah, exactly, and
yeah.
I mean, when you start joining us in December, Dragon, if you need something for your Fixmas projects of some kind, then you do have the option to go to essentially any facility and figure out exactly what is this facility producing. Is it internally acquiring the needed resources to produce it, or is there some sort of supply coming to this facility? If so, is there a surplus that I might be able to tap into? The same, if, when Nix comes back and does a project, then the numbers are there.
Yeah, because it needs iron.
It goes back to storage, so.
Yes.
I remember the stuff that it needs to start it off. I know iron's one of them.
And speaking of,
I think copper was the other. Those were the only two things I think that it needed. Either maybe because those are the ones that allow you to make the bulbs.
Yeah, but when we get to that, we'll figure out exactly how much you need, and then we'll figure out a way to get it over to you.
Roger that. Okay, now there was another thing that I was trying to get to, but what's happening at the tower?
What tower?
The one we got to keep feeding so we can get up to the next level, or have you totally done that?
The space elevator. Well,
due to power, that was on hold. We are literally now just the other side of that, and are very, very shortly after we finish the priority switch re-implementation, going to have a discussion.
So
about
where are we at on that?
We have just begun phase 4. We have completed tier 7 and are about to step into tier 8. And in doing so, tier 8 will unlock the second, third, and fourth components that we need to provide to the space elevator. But we needed the power to be able to build the production lines for it. And
I know, I kind of figured that.
That's why we kind of stopped and yeah, but we've just begun phase 4 basically.
How many phases are we left in this? 7? No. It was up to 7, wasn't it?
There are 5. There are 5 phases in total, with 9 tiers.
No, the 6th phase is the completed phase, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a bit of a ways, but hey.
Where are we off in regards to priority switches?
We are back to home base.
The main.
Yes, I'll pick you up.
Yeah, I'm standing by.
Provided
looks
I
like
can.
We got our hands. You got your hands full there, folks.
Yeah.
But I gotta get my butt out of here and get stuff going here. More entertainment has to be made up, so gotta get the fresh for supper. But yeah, so this entrance here.
Yes.
That's the entrance to.
That is your entrance and exit.
Oh yeah, and I saw the space back there. It's excellent. You can do some pretty cool stuff back there.
Oh well. I guess we will take a quick trip through Foundry, because I forgot to turn.
Yeah.
There we go.
The train.
Alright, gentlemen, you guys have a great evening. Thank you. Always, man, always.
Absolutely. What the other guy said.
Nasu, I see you in there too, man. I hope you have a good one, buddy. I saw you pull the channel. So, I'll keep an eye out for you the next couple of days here.
Yeah.
It's going to be like tomorrow, the next day, it's going to be. Sorry, the next 3 days are going to be. It's not hell. It's going to be fun, but it's a lot of shenanigans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And on top of that, bills to be paid.
Yep.
Because the first is on a Sunday, so that didn't help me. So got to do it early.
Gotta do it early.
Y'all be safe.
And you too, Dragon?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's my favorite saying, you know, it's be safe, people. You know, make good choices.
Absolutely.
You know, top of that note, as they say, amigos, he's out of here. Exit stage left.
Exit stage left. See ya, Dragon. And he's out of here. Right. So the first ones that we need to set up is the copper and the iron here at home base.
Yep.
Iron being the first one. So this little factory here strictly just supplies us with iron plates and iron rods. That's it. That's all it does. But you know, you need those basic materials still. So
just worth noting, this is very, 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 very early stage.
Yes.
Setup. So we're not using any auto recipes here. We're not using any overclocking.
Nothing. It is.
At some point, we will probably come back here and switch these over and ramp the productions up a little bit.
Yeah, probably. I mean, so far we haven't really needed to, but you know, at some point we might, so we'll see.
Oh, another thing that we can now consider, as we have got our turbo power plant on, is the implementation of the alien augmenters.
Yes. That we can. And this would then be there.
How is the... Go look at the graph.
Yeah, there's got to be a power pole here somewhere. It should still be fine.
That issue with the hover. My brain don't want to work right now. Hover pack. Why could I not think of the word pack? I did not know. Taking you up into space.
Yep.
That is actually a mechanic of the hover pack, not a bug. So if you press and hold for more than a second,
yes, and it enables even when I just tap my button. So
okay,
it is still glitchy.
You are having a bug with that then?
Yes,
okay,
I am.
I have not run into that yet where it does that, but if I find that I hold my shift key for more than a second, accidentally it will put me into that auto fly up to the freaking moon mode.
Yes, and the other issue with that entire setup is that oftentimes you have to hold the jump button down for more than a second for to actually trigger the damn hover pack to go into hover mode. So there's definitely some kind of timing issue with it. But, you know.
Oh, I've lost power.
You've lost power?
Yeah, my grid's gone to 0 out here.
Oh. Alright.
Yours is there.
Close and...
Do you want to check your power switch a minute?
There's nothing.
It was just blank for me a minute ago.
There's nothing.
Okay, so it's just a graphical
It is.
glitch there?
It's a graphical glitch. It happens. I don't see any spikes.
My heart was going dum 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 dum.
Yeah, mine too, as you said it. Okay, that
no
is...
peaks, no troughs, so it's acting as it should.
Okay, reinforced iron plates next.
Copper first?
Copper is done.
Oh, so it is. Sorry, I didn't see you do copper. I was watching the graph.
It's all good.
Yes, and then rotors, right?
Yes. So this is our both of these. This one here is let's see, reinforced iron plates, 20 a minute, and this one over here is rotors, 20 a minute. Both of which are being trucked over to the electronics foundry for consumption, and the surplus is then brought back here to the storage facility. But let's get rest of these priority switches implemented.
Oh, there we go. Grid is now showing 95k of power. Sweet. So that's it now showing both 3 geothermals properly and the coal plant.
Yeah. Freaking sweet.
Lovely to see.
Plonk. Yoink. And yoink. The reason I'm doing this in this order is to effectively avoid shutting it off, which would, technically speaking, produce a spike in the graph, and we're trying to avoid that happening, so that's the reason why I'm doing this in this order.
The spikes in the graph that we're looking for is the first sign of the bug that we're trying to trace.
Exactly. Put that there.
Flatline so far.
And that would then be the rotoros el factorios. And then I can get rid of this guy and plug in a priority switch instead. Set that up here. That there. Reconnect. And let's see, that's this guy. Like. that's it.
Yep, you good?
That is all of it the way it should be. Flatlined graphs. Absolutely love seeing that.
Yep. No big peak, no big.
Okay, so
I'm flying out with our hopper back.
next one would then be, let's see, that would be Schmecker, then Schmall, then Quickwire, then Foundry.
And steel.
Steelworks before Foundry. Yes, you're absolutely right.
We've got black powder up the top.
Yeah, but that one we can leave for now.
Okay. You just want the main production lines.
Yes, because we're currently not using the black powder at all, so
No, it's switched off at the moment.
completely switched off. So we might as well just leave it off grid until we're going to repurpose it for smokeless black powder.
Powder, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So when we do that production line, we'll jump it back on the grid.
Come on.
So we need to head over to Schmecker. Oink, off we go. So another round trip. But then on the way back, it's going to be a little bit easier, though. We may actually, we're going to have to block traffic for a bit on the way back.
I think it might be an idea for some of these, where we've got pure junctions, to have a look at them and maybe turn them into roundabouts.
Yeah, some of them might.
Just so we can get some shorter routes. Like if we have the roundabout back at that first, the Cowie Electronics Storage West junction.
Yeah.
We could just loop back and come straight back up this section that we're heading to.
Yes.
Not that there's anything wrong with going through it, just cuts the time down.
Yeah, it cuts the run time down a little bit, but I'm thinking when we do the other roundabout at the entrance to Storage West, we're going to redo that other junction on the exit from Storage West. Turn it into a roundabout at that time we need to do some updating here anyway, so might as well do it at that point.
Yes, very true.
So train, please stay here. Thank you. Yes, we need to go fix Schmecker.
Oh, here you can show the individual module shafts as well.
Yes. So up here, Schmecker being a massive multi-product facility next to our first power plant. This is where we have multiple switches for multiple different production lines. So there's one for the copper stuff. There's for the Quickwire being produced. The copper node produces some of the cable that goes to the electronics foundry. The Meowterium, Caterium, Quickwire also goes to the electronics foundry. We've got the steel, producing steel beams, steel pipes, encased industrial beams. We have some SAM coming out of here. And then there's the setup for silica and crystal quartz. So each of them has a separate internal switch where we can kill that entire production line if we need to. But again, let the rest of it run.
Just like the power, those, what was it, 4 or 5 switches rely on this one here.
Yes, so this one is the...
This is off, everything is off.
This one, yeah, turn this one off and it kills the entire plant. So it definitely helps in terms of managing and keeping track of how much power you are about to hook into your grid. Because we can simply, when it is switched off, I can switch it off now. This is going to produce a spike in the graph. If I switch this off, that then dumps about a gigawatt. The lower part of this particular switch then shows me exactly how much I can expect to be drawing from the grid when this facility gets switched on. And that then tells me, okay, this facility spends about a gigawatt. Look at the grid side of it. Is there enough capacity between max consumption on the grid and production that we can effectively move the max consumption up by a gigawatt? If the answer is yes, and that those two added don't exceed the capacity, then you're safe to hook it in. If not, then you need to go focus on power.
Again, now, before you throw that switch, if you go look at the others, they should also then show the individual power for each
No, they will only do that when you disable them. Yes. So if I power all of these off, then we can check each of them to see exactly how much power each module consumes. This one expects 109 megawatts for the quartz. The SAM expects 19. Steel 765. The Caterium 38.9. And finally the copper 165, and all of that adds up to about 1,000. So by having it set up like this, you can then individually check on the power consumption of things and figure out exactly how much you will end up putting, how much more strain you're going to end up putting on the main power grid when you hook everything in. So this is part of how we figure out what the load's going to be when we're about to hook in a satellite facility.
Technically, we could have each of those as a priority switch, but when we were having an off-stream discussion about it, we decided to just only have the priority switches as the master facility switch.
Yeah, because it's going to be...
It would just get way too confusing. Because like we've got about 5 places doing copper goods, for instance. We've got 2 places doing steel stuff. And unless you're really, really, really good at writing short, descriptive labels, and then there's only so much you can do with that, you'd be searching probably like for forever just to find one thing to switch off.
Yeah.
So we went with switching the entire facility off with the priority switch rather than the individual components.
You see, the thing is, even though there's limited space in this UI for all of these individual parts, actually I think I'm gonna move... No, these are gonna stay here. Now for some odd reason it swapped them over. This goes in priority 4.
Yeah. It's swap them again and then come out of the dialogue and go back in. See if it saves it.
Don't think it does. Nope, it doesn't. Stupid.
Oh well. Was worth. Like, why give you that? It's not going to save it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to do things in a particular order.
Yeah.
Yoink. See, one of the ways that we are...
Did it again.
Yeah. One of the ways that we keep track of these things is by essentially only having very specific production lines, the basic iron, the basic copper, reinforced iron plates and rotors. Those all sit at home base, and they are technically... no, actually, they should be sitting here, like that. All of this is kind of basic stuff, less important than power. but none of these are important in terms of keeping the power running. So they can have a slightly lower priority than all of the power stuff. The same for the reinforced iron plates and the rotors. They can easily run for a good long while before they fill up the truck station at home base, and even then it'll eventually end up with those production lines just backing up because the truck station is full. But they produce to be fed over to the electronics foundry. But instead of just combining all of this into a single switch, we can still keep these online to remind ourselves that we do have the basic iron, so iron rods and iron plates. We have the basic copper, which produces the copper wire and the cable for us, so we can still build. Same with the reinforced plates and the rotors. Those are also heavily used. So this reminds us that we have these base materials available to us as long as those groups are still powered. Once we get to group 4, that's where all of the other massive production lines come in. And of course we still have to remember what each facility does. But overall, if any one of the facilities here, that being Schmegger, Schmall, Quickwire 1, Steelworks 1, Electronics Foundry, all of those combined produce a lot of materials, but none of them can, in essence, exist separately per se. Pretty much all of them produce for the purpose of supplying the electronics foundry. We can go up there if the foundry is disabled. We can go to the other stations or facilities and pick up the materials there, but all of those resources are funneled through the electronics foundry and then end up at our storage hub. So it's all kind of interconnected that way. But this also lets us, if we need to at some point, we can redirect the logistics because it's just a matter of where it's being transported. That also means that at some point we are going to build, in essence, an item transfer hub. And that then means that we can simply just redirect a truck or redirect a train and then get things sent to a different destination depending on our needs, instead of having to rebuild miles and miles of belts and whatnot. So that's part of the reason we've done it this way.
Mind if I just test something a minute with the ordering on the stuff?
Go for it.
Just going to replicate what you've just done and then test something further.
Yep.
So, rotor above reinforced. Close, reopen. It does that. So reinforced to there. Close, reopen. And then back there. Close, reopen. Okay. Yeah. No. So even if you, so like reinforced was placed before rotor, right? Even if you move that to a different priority group and then put it back into group 3, when you reopen, it still sorts it in the order it was freaking put in. That's ridiculous.
It always sorts the priority switches in the order they were built.
I had a sudden thought, what if you assigned it to a different priority group, came out, went back in, then reassigned it back? Would it adjust the order? As it should, really. But
yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And yes, Nasu, I agree, trains make more sense.
Trains are way less derpy.
Way less derpy? I mean...
just the AI pathing on the truck.
Yeah, the trucks are a disaster, and that's putting it mildly. I mean, the trucks will happily bounce and try to go spaceborne on a flat-built surface. They don't give a shit about whatever you might have done to try and smooth the path for them. If they decide, oh, there's an invisible obstacle in front of them, they're still going to run into that invisible obstacle even though it doesn't exist. And that just happens so frequently that, I mean, every 3 minutes we have trucks basically queuing up behind each other because one of them ran into an invisible obstacle for no good reason. Coffee Stain has said multiple times that they have fixed this, but in reality they might have fixed it in the game client and for player client-to-client multiplayer, but they certainly have not fixed it on the dedicated server because we're still running into all of those issues that we've had for the past, 3-4 years.
Yeah.
We still have them here on the dedicated server.
And this is all down to how the Unreal Engine and how Coffee Stain have decided to use the Unreal Engine, how it basically, instead of when you chop down a tree or blow up a tree or, you know, chainsaw a tree, whatever, blow up boulders, stuff like that, rather than it actually removing that object, it does not. It hides it and turns its collision mesh off. Collision mesh is what you bounce off when you're hitting into things.
Yeah, plus trucks have always... one thing worth noting is that all of the vehicles, so the truck, the tractor, and the Explorer, all have the issue that they have their hitbox trailing behind them when they are running or driving out in the world. And part of what happens is that when automated vehicles are within a certain distance of any player, that trailing hitbox still occurs, and that's the invisible obstacle that they run into. That's a thing that they apparently tried to fix in client-to-client direct play, but they haven't fixed that issue on the dedicated server yet, so that's why we're seeing it still. It's been...
I wouldn't be surprised that for me and you as players, the terrain that we've removed is gone and we can't collide with it, but the Inviso and trailing behind collision meshes for the ground vehicles is also colliding in with it.
Yeah,
that's where we see commonly, like, to us, what looks like an empty bit of road, especially when it's been pathed as well. Empty bit of road, yet the trucks will bounce in and go over something.
Yep.
That we can't collide with, but apparently they can.
They can. And it's freaking annoying, to put it mildly.
Excuse me. Quick wire.
Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna shoot across here. That way the Schmecker train can go deliver its stuff.
Yeah, good idea.
And we can just reverse back in afterwards. Yeah. And go to Steel. So, quick wire 1.
And watch our lines.
Look.
I managed to reconnect before I dropped out of power range.
Yeah, me too.
I love that trick. Okay, I'm on the graph. Interestingly, I've just seen a couple of little drops.
Yeah, there are a bit of dropping now and again, but it's not much.
It's more... no, that's not that. I think that's just a big drop in a geothermal somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, if they end up dropping at roughly the same time, you're going to see a slightly bigger.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think all 3 geothermals dropped at the same time.
Yeah. Alright, we are swapped.
Okay, that grid thing going offline every time now. So there's that, just the graphical glitch wise.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's stable.
Yeah, see, here's another fine example of just how derpy those trucks are. This is supposed to be within smooth driving range of a player, yet it's still doing its teleporting thing. And that's also something that they have fixed in client-to-client multiplayer, but we don't see it here.
I will be right back.
Don't call it, don't call it. I'm just gonna have a quick sneak peek to see if there's a train on the way. It doesn't look like it, so I'm gonna cheat and do something we're not supposed to be doing. And then we will head up to Steelworks. And once we've hooked up Steelworks, we can then go and flip over the foundry to get that on the priority switches as well. And then, apart from our black powder facility, which is all the way up back behind our second power plant, coal power plant, or all other facilities should be hooked in, as far as I can tell. No, yeah, we do. We have moved over the turbo plant, so we should be good there too, except it should probably be turbo power 1 instead of just turbo power. That, you know, it is what it is. Naming and derpy brainage. There we go. Get that on. Get this one cross-connected. And again here we've got a separate setup. There, get this one hooked in, and move it over to group 4. Plug it out. Yeah, see, coal 1, 2, and 3, and turbo power. Should technically speaking be turbo power 1, though I doubt that we will build a second one. But then again, you never know. We may end up needing a second one before we get to nuclear power, but we'll see. And there. Yoink. Then we can get rid of this guy. And technically speaking, I need a power pole, which I don't have. So just a quick check and verify. No heavy spikes. Looking good. Definitely looking good. So there is that done. And finally we have Foundry. Yeah, we're just gonna go past Foundry, and park it on the side. So we can go swap the switch there as well. And then it's going to be a matter of us in basically just monitoring the power grid to see if we end up getting those weird power glitches again. And I am holding the brake train, so would you kindly stop rolling? Thank you. There we go. Apparently brakes don't work according to Fixit. The other super bonus about using the priority switches is that with those in place, it lets us, in essence, remote disconnect a power plant, a facility somewhere if we need to. Not that we needed, but it's a nice little option to have for sure. Here, get rid of that guy, put in a priority switch, copy pasta, and put that in dar. Yoink. And the final one is then going to be the one at home base. See, we have 0 spikes here, so that's looking good. No dips, nothing. And we're all up and running everywhere. So the last one needed is literally just the home base one. So that's where we will go next. Oh, technically speaking, I should set one up for, welcome back, should set one up for Dragon's Pond as well. Yeah, let's do that.
We've got aluminium as well.
Ah, yes, we actually do. Shit, we should have done that before we did Foundry. No, actually, aluminium came after, so technically speaking, it's okay that we add in aluminium after Foundry, so we should be doing that now. Then do Dragon's Pond, home base. That's actually we forgot oil.
Oh, oil first, yeah.
Yeah, we completely forgot oil. Definitely need to get oil fixed. And technically speaking, we need to give this a better name because this is it's stupid that we're calling this oil factory because it's
predominantly it's plastic and rubber. So.
Plastic and rubber. So
does it have rustic or power? Rubstick.
That's what it's gonna be now.
Oh, you know we could have had.
What?
Oh no, come on.
Now he's gonna come up with one of his plus number. Yeah. Lazaba 1. Yes, that's what it's gonna be because that's completely impossible to pronounce.
Oh no, hang on.
You got a better one?
Yeah.
Halimar 1. Plazuba 1. Yes. There we go. That's what it's gonna be. Yoink. And you're gonna go dar. And then we just need to grab this guy and replace it with that. I think that's how you spelled it, wasn't it? No, without an H. It'll be with an H.
No, that's fine.
And get that there. And there we go. That's better. Okay. Then we can we remember how to spell the aluminium?
No.
I think I can.
I think it's on one of the.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it probably is. Did we update it after we changed the spelling? I don't remember.
we may have done because we added, removed, and added, and then removed again priority switches.
Yes, but question is whether we did the name altering.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'm saying it.
After
it's a possibility that
That's the one.
What?
That's the one.
Aluminium.
Yeah. There are no eyes in aluminium.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the old. This is the old spelling.
Oh yeah.
So the new spelling will be mu nu Here. I mean, that's why the station ended up Cowie and all that stuff, right?
Yep.
Nope, you need to go there. Actually, technically speaking, we'll leave it there. Should be fine. Get dot connected to dot, and dot connected to dot, then we can get rid of dot. And that's it. So, no dips or spikes or anything, looking good.
There we go. Look at the sign up bugger.
Yeah, just because we have like 16 billion different ways of spelling one.
Absolutely done.
Every which way except the one that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, last bit would then be, let's see, Dragon's Pond.
Dragon Pond.
Well, technically speaking, we should have home base, but I mean, it's less important because it's primarily there for remote control and info. We'll go do Dragon's Pond first, and then do home base last.
Alright, roger that. 2 seconds, I've got to go sort something out for my dad.
Yep.
You're back.
Oink. Where did my train go? He's all the way over here. Let's see. Yeah, we'll borrow some space at Cowie just to turn around, because otherwise we're gonna have to go all the way down to turbo power to do a turnaround. Technically speaking, this is not the best thing to do, but you know, it is what it is. Dragon's Pond. Yoink. Go. Let the train navigate on its own. Yeah, currently we do have one train running from here over to the foundry, delivering the aluminium products. And there it is, on the return. I actually need to see if I can squeeze in another depot for Dragon, so he can have a chooch to drive around with, just like the rest of us. Yeah, basically we need to cover this entire area in foundations, so we can catch the falling gifts once December starts. So yeah, we're gonna have to spend a couple of hours covering this in foundations. It shouldn't take that long because we do have blueprints that will let us put down 5x5 foundations at a time, so that should make it a little easier. Let's see, that would be Dragons el Bontos. And I was trying to hit the ground, which apparently didn't work all that well. And the pull tarp. And technically speaking, don't really have to be all that careful with this one because there is literally only my power, my hover pack as a consuming entity in this area. There's nothing connected up here except some power poles to supply flight. That's it. But it excuse me, it provides a power foundation for Dragon, so he can set up all his Christmas machinery stuff out here. And then we're gonna have to figure out exactly which resources he needs brought over here and come up with some kind of supply line for that. But we will figure that out at some point, I'm sure. So back to base. And come to think of it, I think we might actually be able to show on, let's see, 5 trains in here. One at the station, one at the curb, 3 inbound, I think. Yeah, technically speaking, we should be able to house 5. Not that we really need it, but, you know, nice to have the space available for it. It's kind of annoying that the station takes up that much space. It makes it way more difficult to, you know, squeeze in some parking tracks that we can automatically drive to. But it is what it is. Can't have everything, as they say. So back here. At the opposite end, we did actually add in a little bit of spacing just for the purpose of having another priority switch here. And the primary reason for having a priority switch right here is, you know, remote control and keeping track of things. The only thing this switch will ever power, that wasn't it, this was it, there we go. The only thing this will ever power is literally just a single light in the ceiling. That's it. That is all it does. That's it. But that's just to, you know, not have this end in some kind of, you know, dead end doing nothing kind of thing. This is the lamp itself, which of course spends nothing, so that's why we got this spike. This is the actual grid line, and this is the one that we're interested in watching. And that looks perfectly normal, so Can't really complain there. So far so good, everything's running. Which is actually kind of cool. The really interesting thing will then be to see what happens the next time we build an isolated grid and accidentally cross-connect it with the hover pack. Then we're gonna have to go back and see if we can sort out that debacle. Last couple of times it's taken a couple of server restarts and removal of all the priority switches, and it's been a mess. Let's see, we've got 29 coupons sitting in there and a few more here. We'll let it chew a little further. Ooh, a truck went by. So yeah, this is home base, main storage. These are all connected into the dimensional upload, so we can literally just build to our heart's content, and over time it'll get everything restocked. While I'm here, I might as well sort out my excess junk from my inventory, like that, and go check up on the unsorted overflow and see if there's anything there. There isn't, so all good. We've added in a bit of additional stuff here. Among other things, we have conversion of leaves and wood into biomass, which then ends up in this container, plus another one behind it. We also have a buffering of mycelia down there somewhere. That way we can then grab some biomass, stuff it in this container, and then we get fabric spat out in the unsorted overflow box over here. So when we need fabric for something, we can literally just grab some biomass, stuff it in that hole, and we get the fabric out here. If we ever need, I don't think we do, but if we ever at some point need some more solid biofuel, same kind of dealio. Grab some biomass, stuff it in here, and we get solid biomass, solid biofuel delivered here. So we can restock our storage a bit. Problem is the chainsaw only accepts biofuel. It doesn't use any other kind of fuel, as far as I know. So, you know, it's a little, we kind of have to have it. On top of that, we are siphoning off all 3 power slugs, all 4 creature remains, and converting those into power shards and alien protein, respectively. Plus, I think there was something else. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've been down here. Ooh, we have a little bit of cloggage, it seems. That would probably be the biomass again. Yep. Thought it is. Problem is that we are, in essence, stuffing so much biomass in here that we end up completely clogging up the line at times. So let's head down here and grab a couple of stacks just to try and clear up that clog a little bit. There. Let's see what exactly is producing. That would probably be, let's see, this guy. Yeah, let's turn you off for a bit. Yeah, for some odd reason we've got shit tons of wood in here. Which means our leaves are actually completely empty, yes. Shut off. There we go. That should help a little bit. But yeah. Once the cloggage is cleared, all of this junk will then hopefully end up getting sent to the right locations. Let's see. Still have some sort of cloggage going on somewhere. Did you derp up my thingy again? Wood. What? One of these is supposed to have, I think, biomass on it, but I can't remember which one. That's the other issue that I keep running into here. Every now and again the game will, or the server, I don't know which, one of the two will end up with some of the items that I've filtered in the programmable splitters. Those items just disappear from the list. No explanation why, it just happens. And then I kind of have to go and re-establish those filter lists. I'm not entirely sure what's holding it up here, because I can't tell what's sitting in there. So right now I'm actually a little bit at a disadvantage, because I don't know what's gonna come out here. So I'm gonna do dot, then add in another here that says any. Okay, so for some odd reason nobelisks ended up here, which they definitely shouldn't have. Rid of that, grab this, then I can re-establish that. Okay, let's go try and figure out why we have nobelisks in here. Because we shouldn't have. Yeah, maybe I added them at some point, but that literally means that there is a smart splitter somewhere, or programmable splitter somewhere, that no longer has the nobelisk configuration in it. Not that I can exactly remember where it needs to go, so bear with me for a second, please, while I figure out where the sync line is supposed to go. I seem to remember that I hooked up for syncing the nobelisks. I just can't remember where. This is for the leaves, and this would then be the creature remains. Let's check that. Yep, leaves, remains, those, and those. So, wood. Okay, we're not supposed to be going down here. I wonder if that... Oh, right. I don't think I ever actually got to hook that up. Which, of course, would explain why. Let's see, that is an output. Oh, yeah, I need to go check that output quick, because I do think I may have hooked it up down here somewhere. Maybe. Not this one. No, I never hooked it up, that's why. What would be why? Okay, so these are sync lines, so they go straight to a sync, which means I should be able to add in a smart splitter here somewhere that can potentially use to send nobelisks to their death. Which I'm gonna have to do at some point. Another note for the maintenance day. So much stuff to do. Right, so all the other stuff here. Actually, I think for now I'm just gonna go remove the Nobelisk from the listing. Just to, you know, have it be spit out again, instead of trying to sort it. So that would then be on these guys. Yoink. And on this guy. Yoink. Job done. I can figure out the rest of it later. So one way it runs into all the other weird stuff that we have here. The other way goes straight back up to the unsorted overflow box, which is right back here. This guy. As we can see, this one now has alien protein because of the remains that I put in. And for some reason that slug never made it in there. There you go. Slugs get auto-converted into power shards. Let's see, Proteinaeus right there. And let's just plonk one of these back in. Then don't tell Lee, but oops. Oops, and that definitely oops didn't happen. Right, so that should bring everything back in working order. These are currently doing absolutely zilch, which means we should be good. There. Lots of stuff coming in. Plastic, rubber, quartz. So at some point we see the rest of them come out here. That's the overflow. Which means those particular items' storage capacity is reached. So, you know, overflow makes some more points. Not that we really need them at this point, but it's a nice way to keep things flowing. Right. See, I think we ended up getting most of this cleaned up. It should be good. And one of the most annoying things about having running water again is now I can actually go pee. I've been without running water for 2 days, and then you kind of learn to hold it, and then when you let go again, you kind of have to pee constantly. Old man syndrome. Oh, actually I wanted to check up on the SAM, which looks good. Yeah. This one is definitely empty, so how come we're not getting any reanimated SAM? We should be. Yeah, I definitely need to pee, but I also need to figure out what's going on with this. Because we should be getting reanimated SAM. Oh, we are. Alright, cool. Get some more. Yoink. Just reprioritize them. Pretty sure we don't need to reprioritize them, but sorting bus up here sorts 20 something items. each of these modules is literally just a single item, but at double belt speeds. So this is literally just to get through, chewing through all those items a lot quicker. And then these containers act as buffers when we go from 2 belts down to 1, which is a bottleneck, and then supply the items back to storage on their dedicated intake slots. It's a huge belt highway, but this works really neat. So at least for now, it's definitely doing the job it's intended to. There we go, SAM fluctuators. Right. I do need to get off my butt and take a quick visit and respond to a nature call, so I will be back shortly. It'll just take a minute, and that's it. So be right back. Oh, feel like a whole new person. Good one, Nasu. Yeah, it's kind of mesmerizing watching this stuff go into storage. It has a pretty cool effect to it. We can't quite produce these items just yet. At some point we're going to. Which of course means the rest of the belts will start getting items as well. One of the things that we need to focus on is these babies, the supercomputers. Problem is that they actually take quite a bit of regular computers to make, which means we need to ramp up production of high-speed connectors, AI limiters, and I think it was rubber, and a couple of other things. So part of what we can now do, because we really have the surplus power to do so, is that we can head back to the electronics foundry and in essence start ripping up at least some of the production lines and rearrange them a little bit so we can hopefully end up ramping up production of some of these materials. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna need for this guy, we need to, at absolute minimum, double up on adaptive control units to be able to supply them. I would like to see if we can get away with running 2 assemblers doing the assembly director systems, because we're going to need at absolute minimum 1 a minute to supply production for future projects. I have looked ahead a little bit just to, try and get my head wrapped around some of the future recipes that we're going to have to produce. And as far as I remember, I think we end up needing somewhere between 2 and 3 of these per minute, which means, somewhere between 4 and 5 adaptive control units a piece. And the adaptive control units eat up, heavy modular frames, as well as computers and whatnot. So these are going to be fun to do. We have done some of the preliminary work in terms of being able to supply sufficient amounts of regular modular frames to produce more of the heavy ones. We do have the concrete available over at the foundry, so we can make use of the heavy encased frame recipe instead, which we may end up having to do just to, be able to fit it in and get enough of them produced. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of rearranging of production lines and all that sort of stuff. The other thing that we have discussed is trying to come up with a better way of dealing with the space elevator products, because we have completed phase 3, which means the supply cache that's currently doing nothing actually ends up with us having, let's see, full container of adaptive control units. We have a full container of modular engines, another one of automated wiring, and the versatile framework. These I would like to pipe back into production of the phase 4 items. But to do that, we need to transport all of those items to essentially those production lines, which currently we can't do, except for the fact that we actually have a road system here in place. So technically speaking, we could probably just plunk down a truck station here and start running those items by truck over to the new space elevator production lines. Now, to try and avoid having to essentially add in 4 new levels on the foundry, we have talked about setting up a item transfer station where we can transport items to, and that transfer facility then divides things up to storage east and storage west, depending where it needs to go. And then simply just plonk the space elevator production lines on top of that transfer station. Now, as part of our little discussion, we kind of decided that the junction up by Steelworks, which is that facility over in the distance, there is a junction right about there with a little loop. So we're going to extend that loop and add in a few more train stations over on top of that little outcropping there, and set that up as the transfer station. That way we can pipe items to that station, and that facility can sort out stuff to where it needs to go. So east and west supply for storage. Whatever surplus is there, we can then send up to the space elevator production, and have the space elevator products produced there instead. That would make it a little easier for us to reconstruct the production lines for the space elevator products, so we don't have to, rejig a lot of stuff when the next phase shows up, which we're pretty sure we're going to get another phase of stuff. So that's going to be interesting. But that's kind of what we've been discussing. To try and reformat everything to produce what we need. So that's going to be future projects, but we couldn't do that without power. So finally that power project is done, and we can start focusing on other stuff. Then, of course, there's December 1st hitting on this upcoming Sunday. Which then starts the Fixmas event, and that's where Dragon's Pond comes in, right over there, and that's going to turn that entire place into one huge super Christmas focused thing, which reminds me I actually need to figure out a place to put the Christmas tree. Kind of want to have the big fancy Christmas tree over here somewhere. Maybe do a little extra expansion here and there to make room for some more of them. But we'll see where it goes. So I think for now I'm gonna head over to Dragon's Pond and start plunking down some more foundations, because we're going to need it at some point. And then we'll see if something else springs to mind that we absolutely need to focus on today. Of course, we do have a lot of work to do at the foundry, rejigging all the production lines. But I have a lot of stuff going on in real life that kind of takes away my time, so I don't really have much time to do any in-between streams, and Lee has something coming up later this week as well, so we probably won't have all that much time to do any of the in-between stuff like we normally do. So unfortunately it's going to be a little bit of foundation placement. There we go. Yeah, we're doing good. No, architecture. There we go. Let's find the 555. This does make this a little easier. So let's see if we can't get some of this stuff down. Should be right there. Yeah, that was right. So here. We kind of want to see about getting this expanded a little bit, so we have a good big surface to collect gifts and have them land in a spot where we can go and pick them up. That one did not place. And I'm actually placing these in the wrong direction. So yeah, nope. Delete. 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 They should have been turned the other way. The reason I'm turning these in a particular way is... Okay, thank you. Is such that we can flip these over. See, they need to be in that direction. There. Then I should be able to do this and eventually have it stop doing that stupidity. So annoying they haven't fixed that yet. But the base idea is by turning the foundations in a particular way. We always turn them north-south. That makes it easier for us to do all of the measuring and placement of things when we're doing, say, replicated setup or tedious placement of things, and we need them in a particular pattern or particular spacing. Then we can just convert these to fixed foundations. Then we have the spacings and the grids that we can use to measure. But if we place things, randomly down or let the game do the checkerboard pattern that it does, then that spacing just gets foobarred and we're shit out of luck. So that's part of the reason why we are kind of a little bit meticulous about getting things placed in a particular way. But it just saves a whole lot of time trying to count things up and whatnot when things need to be relatively specifically placed. And then I need to figure out how far I can go. Can we do another one? Yeah, I think we can. Just want to make sure that I don't overlap. Yeah, maybe not this one. Okay. And add another set. Derp. Oh, did go there. Okay, cool. And this is where the dimensional decode is such a time saver. We do have a relatively good amount of concrete coming in, so we shouldn't run out of concrete anytime soon, with a little luck. There. I don't know how far out we can go, but we'll see. That's the last one there. And we ran out. That's quite impressive given that we're actually pumping concrete back in through, let's see, I think we have eight dimensional depot uploaders just running concrete from a bunch of different sources. So relatively speaking, keeping in mind that the maximum upload speed is 240 a minute. But running 8 of them parallel then increases the upload ratio. But we're still limited to 240 per depot. So every now and again we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Like, and let's see, that should be the last one here. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to go a bit further, but I know we're going to run into that annoyance over there. So, I don't know. Yeah, let's grab that there. Yeah, see how it flips it every other? Now it's that way. This one was here. So freaking annoying. We may have to increase the number of uploads. I mean, the alternative is that I head back to base and fill up my inventory with concrete, which I could do. Oops. Ah, there's another one right there. That's gonna be annoying. Having them flies come through here. Let's get this guy quick. And that one. So supposedly these things don't respawn if you put a foundation down, like right there. So let's do that and see if that prevents it from spawning again. And I actually need to touch down quick. There we go. My blueprint. Yoink. Yeah, that should be right. Down. And I think that was the last one. Yep. So, dar. Thing to keep in mind is every click is 175 concrete, so a stack of concrete is spent pretty quick when you're covering this big an area. Missing materials. Yeah, just a small little area. I wonder how far it is out to world border from here. So why don't we just try going in this direction for a bit and see what happens. Guess at some point it'll start complaining that we can't build out there. Missing materials. I honestly don't know how far out we can go. Never done this before. I remember a few years back, somebody went and essentially covered the entire world way up there. In foundations, world border to world border, spent like, I don't know, a month doing it, which was completely nuts, but it ended up being a very big area. And, you know, oh, now I have all this nice space to build on. And I think he ended up essentially just dropping that entire world because it already had so many foundations in it. Oops, 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 oops. I definitely found the end of the world. So let's see where it is. Right here. So these foundations are the last ones. Oh, actually, why don't I do this instead? Get this guy and go there. That one, and let's see. Because then we can do this instead to indicate that these cannot be used, because that means certain death. Then we just need to figure out how many foundations in this direction and paint those red as well. See if we can hit the other side of this.
Apologies, everyone. I'm.
Welcome back. I found the end of the world.
Huh?
I found the end of the world. I'm doing the boring, tedious foundation placement.
Yes.
I think we can place a couple more.
Sorry, we had issues with Dad's TV.
Ooh, that's no good.
He lost connection to everything.
Oof. Yeah, that's definitely not good.
No.
Whoops. Did not want to do that. There we go. So I'm kind of hoping that these super bright red foundations will be warning enough to not step out there, because that's the you're getting killed.
I can't sing anymore because we'll get copy striked.
Yes.
You know what this calls for, right? Meow.
Right, meow. Of course it does. Okay, so let's see. We'll do these on the way back, and then I'll try and connect up from the other side. See if I can meet up somewhere.
Or actually, well, I'm being a dirt. Do you want me to run you some power up all that way?
Nah, it's fine. It's easier walking this anyway. Be-doo, be-doo, be-doo.
Nice bucket. Thank you.
And here's to hoping that they will actually drop gifts out here.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, that would be nice.
Thank you, game. I really wanted to drop to my death and drown.
Why does it look like you're in the floor from that perspective?
Because it's placing the blueprint on top of... as I'm going forward, it's placing the blueprint...
I don't mean that. I meant as you're standing on the platform.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Looks like you're like kneeling and stuff.
Yes, and that's actually because we have gotten so used to flying that we've forgotten the actual on-ground perspective.
Warning, danger, Will Robin.
Danger indeed.
Yeah, definitely don't step on the red. Red's bad, okay?
Red's bad, okay? Red's very bad, okay? Hey, racetrack.
Hey, I'm in stereo.
Hey, they could drift.
Yeah.
The really cool thing is that the rockets from the jetpack are sticking out the back. Taking the corner on two wheels.
Hey, stop nudging me, you.
Come on, you bucket of junk, move! I need to catch him.
Oh, that's almost in sync with the sirens now.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished. Where I misjudged the angle, I can just go straight in the drink.
Yeah. Boop.
Splash. Yeah, this is it, folks. This is what Victor's is going to be. Just this.
Yep.
Nothing more. No kidding, obviously. Close.
Yeah, there's a little bit of desync happening because on my screen I'm right up your butt.
Yeah, I know. It was like that from the earlier. Technically, what you are seeing on your screen is closer to reality because you have your locally connected, aren't you?
Yes. I'm LAN connected. But yeah, there's gonna be a bit more filling in to do, but at least for me, I think end of this lap will also be it for today. I have an early morning tomorrow again, so
Right.
kind of need to. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens Friday. Unless something completely bonkers and nuts happens with the whole plumbing stuff going on in my building at the moment, I should be on Friday.
Yep, and depending on whether my laptop can handle it or not, I may be on Friday.
Yeah.
I had a quick test earlier, and the fans on the laptop were screaming. I managed to connect, loaded in, saw the doggos, went to move, and then it went disconnected from server.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, well, you
so
don't.
I didn't even get to test it because like how laggy it was, or it took ages to load in them.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be a lag fest, if I'm honest, because I've got the graphics. I run the benchmark, set my graphics to medium, everything.
Yeah.
Case in point, jumping truck. What we were talking about earlier. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to the laptop. And yeah, it detected them. And, okay, you can run this game in medium settings, and then I turned some more stuff off. You know, just to give me some more potential, more FPS.
Yeah.
It took forever to load in. Bearing in mind, I'm Ethernet connected on my Wi-Fi, on my home network, not Wi-Fi connected.
Yeah.
So network issue shouldn't be a network issue or anything like that. It'll be connected fine. But bear in mind, I know Unreal Engine 5 does have a heavy memory requirement.
It has a heavy memory requirement. It's pretty heavy on both CPU and GPU compared to 4X. So, yeah. I
do have a dedicated NVIDIA. It is an RTX, but it's a Gen 1 RTX. It's 170, I think.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it only has about 2 to 3 gig of dedicated memory on it.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough. Unreal 5 wants 4 as an absolute minimum. But then, I mean, you don't want to end up with a flaming pile of plastic on your lap. I mean, you can only tempt fate for so much before things start going really wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
leaked Ethereum ingot. Maybe. Yeah, no, I don't like that.
What?
Leaked Ethereum ingot was the. They only gave us 1.
Oh, okay.
A rescan, so it should bring up 2.
Yeah.
There we go. Alternate instant scrap aluminium, or the aluminium beam. okay, we'll look at those later.
Yeah, we'll look at those at a later date.
Definitely. I've got those under recipe. Oh, that's what I could do whilst I'm away this weekend. Then I could, if I take this. Well, I've got Steam on my thing, so I've got the schematicizer. If I take a backup of what I've got, schematics wise, then I could look into some of these alternate recipes we got and see what I can tweak from where.
Yeah. Plus, you can jump on the wiki and see the different recipes.
Yes, that's true. I can do that too.
So it might be. It might actually be an idea. Now, actually, let's finish it up here. Then we can do the other stuff right after.
Yeah. Okay. Switching over.
Yep, me too. So, for those who've been tagging along, if you've made it this far, you're an absolute star. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I should be back Friday at around 17:15 UTC, which is 18:15 or 6:15 p.m. Central European Time. For another session. We'll see if Lee manages to make it here or come join us. I mean, I don't want him to end up with a flaming pile of electronics because he's pushing his laptop too hard. So if he doesn't show, he doesn't show. It's fine. Yeah. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side.